Good morning, everyone. This is Sonia Singh in front of you, and very warm welcome everyone on our channel Exam for IAS English Medium. So today's session is completely based, everyone, on our UPSC answer writing, specifically for history subject. And today we are just going to continue a marathon for 9 to 12 noon. And if the topics are not completed yet on the same time, definitely we will continue further. Okay. I hope my voice is completely audible and everything is visible, everyone. So let me know if everything is fine. So we will start the session now. Okay. So yesterday I already took the topic and I already explained about the Industrial Revolution, where I already discussed about the Industrial Revolution, what is the meaning of the exact revolution, how the Industrial Revolution completely impacted not only the European context, in the context of European history, but also in the context of the Indian history, right? On the other hand, I already discussed about the numbers of the topics, numbers of the slides, which is completely explained about the need of the industrialization, what is the scope of industries, and as well as definitely I'll continue the things which is completely based on the terminologies like commercialization and commercialization, as well as why we are needy of the trade and how industrial revolution completely impacted the social history, the economic history, and the cultural history, and as well as the intellectual history or individual history of the European, in the context of the European history. Fine. Getting my point, everyone? Okay. So let's begin the session. Okay, so today's session is completely based on the marathon session. Before going to start the session, I would like to introduce about the mains writing. As you can see on the slides, everyone, behind me, that how to practice the answer writing for mains. Before going to start the explanation of the question, because in today's session we have moreover the marathon of 6 or 7 hours, so it is very important to discuss about the basic terms and condition while writing the answer practicing, because sometimes what is happen actually, when we have a numbers of the things, we have a numbers of the questions, we have moreover 16 of the subjects in the mains writing. So definitely problems are occurring here, and students are asking what is the perfect strata to write down the questions. So it is very important to discuss everything about the question, that how we can start the good answer writing, how can we choose the introduction, how can we develop the approach of the question, and on the other hand, it is very important to discuss about the mid body of the question, and it is very important to discuss about the conclusion. Right, so we are going to discuss one by one the points about the answer writing, and you have to analysis and you have to accept the approach, that what is the basic terminologies and what are the basic key factors to write down and answering the question. So let's begin the session. You can see the slide which is mentioning about the syllabus. See, if we are talking about the prelims syllabus, and if I am talking about the, if we will going to discuss about the mains syllabus, there is a differentiation between both the syllabus, because prelims is completely based on the objective, and on the mains, if I am talking, the mains syllabus is completely based on the subjective, right? But what is the conclusion of the syllabus if I am going to round figure everything? So definitely you can realize the syllabus of the prelims and the mains, definitely they are demanding the depth studies, right? And they are just discussing about the depth analysis of everything, that the way we are grasping the question, the way we understanding the things. So it is a very important that you have a strict about the syllabus, whatever the syllabus we have, The syllabus we have is completely based on the GS and GK section, the current affairs. We can say the subjective part, the social, the economic, the cultural, and the language section as well. So it is a very important to strict about the syllabus, right? But how you can strict about the syllabus? When you start to analysis the syllabus completely, and when we started to analysis the syllabus in a very depth manner, right? So it is the first, we can say, the first part to doing the answer writing, well answer writing. It is a very important to strict about the syllabus whatever is mentioning in the prelims perspective, or whatever is mentioning as per the mains perspective, right? So let's move ahead in the answer writing. We have a second slide, and the slide is mentioning about how to start the answer writing, right? Fine. It is a very important to start about the answer writing. So how we are going to start the answer writing? Because sometimes what is going on, that we have a very good understanding of the syllabus, we have a very good approach of the question, but students are not awareing about the question pattern or the answer pattern of the the answer pattern of the questions, because they are not much aware that how we are going to start the answer, right? So the first step to writing the good answer on the paper, that how to start the answer writing for the beginners, understanding keywords and good approach. It is very important. What is the meaning of the understanding of the keywords? It means that you have to understand the different keywords, the vocabulary you are using in the paper. It is very enhanced and very simplified, right? And understanding of the keywords means, if I'm using the word industrialization, or if I'm using the word revolution, right? If I'm using the word industries or industrialization, right? And if I'm using the word revolution, right? If you are understanding the word industrialization, and if you are using the word, and if you are understanding the meaning of the word revolution, definitely the answer writing of the question is completely different, and you can write down a very good answer. What is the good approach of the question? When you are start to doing the answer writing, it is very important to understanding the approach. There is a difference between to understand the approach, and there is a difference between to understand the good approach. Approach means when what is the question, what the question is asking actually. Is the question is based on the discuss format? Discuss, examine, analysis, right? And critical analysis, examine, discuss, and just simplified explanation. So it is very important to understand the approach. And what is the good approach? If the question is completely asking about the examination, right? So examination means that you have to put it each and every point of the question, the bias point or the unbiased points, that what is the positive factor of the question answer and what is the negative factor of the question answer, right? And what is the next good approach of the question? If they are asking about the analysis, what is the meaning of the analysis? For example, might be the question is asked on the impact of the industrialization, right? And they are just asking about the analytical approach. Let me show you the question first, then I hope I will explain you completely. Just a minute. Yeah. See, when the question is asking about the discussion, discuss, the question is asking about the examination or examine, the question is asking about the analysis, the question is about asking about the critical analysis, right? And the question is asking about some way the explanation, the explanations, right? So what is the good approach of the question? When you completely getting the question, might be the question is asked about the impact of the industrialization, impact of the industrialization, right? So you are not going to start the question directly. The question is asking on impact of industrialization. Definitely you will mention about the introduction of the industrialization, the meaning, the need and the scope, the importance, the factors behind it, and completely you are just going to discuss about the impact of the question, right? Definitely the question is based on the different dimensions, right? So what the dimensions are asking exactly: when, who, what, where, why and how, right? That when the industrialization is occurring, by whom, or we can say who is the father of the industrialization, and what is industrialization, and where the industrialization is happened actually, and the first phase of the country where the industrialization was coming on, and why the industrialization, and we can say the need of the industrialization, and how the industrialization is completely impacted the social, the cultural, the political, the administrative, and the recent trends of the trade and the commerce of the present society, right? So this is very important aspects while whenever you are doing the answer writings, when you are discussing about the answer writings, these are the key points of the question whenever you are discussing about all these things. Fine. Now, interdisciplinary approach of the question. Whenever you start to doing the answer writing, it is very important to understand what is the scope of the history. Scope of the history, we can say the importance of the history, and on the another way we can say what is the broadness to understand of the question. Fine. As I explained you, the need of the industrialization, definitely in history nothing is happening in the sudden way, that कि आप कैसे भी आते हैं हर चीजें ऐसे ही शुरू हो जाती है, ऐसा नहीं होता है. In the history, definitely the things are going to be start in a very different approach manner. It's such a very gradual process to start anything. Any type of the revolution, any type of the realization means the continuity, or any type of the periodization is never ever started in the sudden way. Definitely the social, the economic, the cultural and the political perspectives, definitely we have a different scopes, and we have a different interdisciplinary approach. And in this slide it is very important to discuss about what is the meaning of the interdisciplinary approach, right? So let me explain everyone. Interdisciplinary approach means when you started to correlating everything. Correlation, we can say the correlation. Fine. And what is the meaning of the correlation? When you started to interlink every terminology with each other. For example, if I am talking about the social development, right? So if I am asking the question of you people, do you think the social development is possible without the prosperity of the society, or without the economic prosperity or economic development, right? Society means what? When we are talking about the prosperity of the society, and how the prosperity of society is going on and come out. The prosperity of the society is coming on and grow up with the help of the economic development, right? And how the economic development is happening actually when we are looking of the different policies, and when we are looking of the different systematic approach of the government. Fine. It means we are needy of a particular system, and what is the meaning of the system, and what we can say the another name of the system. When the system is completely based on the political scenario, then when the political, or when we are talking about the administrative approaches, administrative approaches and the political approaches, definitely they are looking for a system, because the administration and the political system is completely based on the need of the economic perspective. Never ever a country and the state is never ever standing on one leg, we can say, and we are completely needy of the backbone, and the backbone somehow is consideration with the army and the monetary formation of the policies. Getting my point, everyone? Hello Kajal Gautam, very good morning. Now, so we can say so you can say what is the interdisciplinary approach, the correlation. We can say we are dependent on each other. Being a social human being, we cannot survive completely individually, right? हम अकेले survive नहीं कर सकते. So what is the need, and what is the exact way to surviving the society when we are looking for the dependency on the each other? And what is the dependency on the each other? When the social and when the economic, when the administrative and when the political approaches are dependent on the each other, when they are correlated, when they are completely related with the each other. A society never ever imagine their progress or development without economic prosperity, because economy is completely fulfilling the social needs of the human beings, either the basic needs, we can say the food, the shelter and the clothes. In the yesterday lecture I already explained everything. Fine. In the economic development, we can say the economic development somehow is completely looking for the systemization. Systematic, or we can say systemization, is completely based on the trade, the commerce and the trading groups and the monetary formation and the commercialization. Fine. And the administration and the polity, when we are talking about the systemization, the system, the policy makers, they are completely cannot survive without the basic formation of the money. That's why it is very important for the administrative and the political administration departments. They are just looking to formation of the economic policy. That's why they are looking and they are sometimes try to make more stronger the economic policies, so that they at least have to make the good balance in the society. Fine. I hope my point is completely relevant for you people. You can see on the slide as well that I'm using the methods and the techniques, right? History refers. Methods means what? When we are talking about the system, right? If I'm giving the example of the Mauryan period, if I'm giving the example of the Gupta period, and on the another way, if I'm giving the example of the Mughal era, definitely you people can see the different systemization in the economic policies, that we have a numbers of the terminologies in the taxation, and in the administrative policy we have a numbers of the system. We have a mantris, we have a rajukas, we have a foreign ministers, we have a land ministers, we have a revenue collectors. So we have different peoples. We are looking for the techniques, right? And they said that disciplinaries in the historical research and perspective, the broad perspective, it means that earlier we discussed about the interdisciplinary approach. The interdisciplinary approach somehow talking about the dependency on the each other, because we cannot survive lonely, we cannot survive individually or existing in the society without dependency on anyone. Fine. So this is talking about the perspective of the very broad perspective of the scope of the history. Fine. So this is the somehow we can say the broad perspective of the society completely. And what is the exact way of the broadness of the society? When we looking the all dimension of the system, this is we can say the system, right? Right. These are the human beings, right? When we are talking about the answer writings, fine. Just a minute. This is a system. Fine. These are the human beings. Fine. So what is the need of the human beings? These are the relevant points to writing in any of the answer writings. Either you are doing the answer writings of the geography, either you are choosing any of the optional subject, either you start to doing the history writing, even you start to doing the languages writing. These are the relevant point of any of the question. These points are somehow making the question more relevant, more authentic and more expressive. Fine. For the examiner, which is showing that candidates have a good knowledge of each and every dimension. Either the dimension is basically based on your social, your economic, your administrative, your cultural, your religious, your political, and it is very important to aware about the recent trends, that what is going on in the present way. For example, if I'm talking about the example, if I'm just going to discussing about the communalism, that what is the exact way to understand the communalism in the society, definitely you can giving the example like Nupur Sharma, that the incidents happened earlier, and definitely you can discussing each and every points about the communalism, that how the communalism completely impacted the society, the economy, the religion, the administrative and the cultural way. And it doesn't mean that you are going to you are not liable to showing your behavior with in a very biased manner. You have to talk completely bias free. You have to discussing all the points and all the relevant points in a very biasness manner. because earlier you are going to become administrative servant, so you are not liable to be biased with anyone. You have to be choose the very rationalization factors, and you have to just go ahead in the flow of the answer. Fine. So let me discuss about the human being. So if I'm asking the question with you people, do you think it is possible to survive without the social need? Where are you looking for the equality always? Right? Is that possible in the democratic country where we are looking for the diversity, where numbers of the languages, where the numbers of the people are living there? Do you think is it possible to survive without the equality in the society? Right? If I am talking about the basic needs of the human beings, do you think it is possible to survive without basic needs of the human beings? Right? What is the basic needs of the human being? When we are looking for the equality, when we are looking the survival of the society of the human beings, and on another way in the economic history, when we are looking the completely the basic needs of the human being, either the roti, kapda or makan, we can say the food, the shelter and the clothes. Fine. The next way, when we are talking about the religious history, religion doesn't mean that we are looking for the worship of the God only. Religion is somehow is teaching us the duties to that the way we are surviving in the society. Fine. So what is the right way to surviving in the society? How we can use our positive energies in another way? So religion is somehow, because India is somehow is completely diverse country where numbers of the religions are existing there. Fine. So it is very important to put it a complete focus on the religious perspective, where people are looking for their secular religious way, where religion have no boundaries, when the religion have no foundations. Fine. Cultural history, when we are looking for a diverse country again, and in the diverse country we are looking and we are just फाइंड आउट कि जो भी कल्चर हमारे पास है उसको हम कंप्लीटली जो है प्रिवलेंट कर सकें, उसका हम जो है यूज कर सके, उसको अपने अकॉर्डिंग हम डाइवर्सिटी में लेकर आ सके. फाइन. एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव हिस्ट्री, दैट आई एम ऑलवेज टॉकिंग अबाउट द ह्यूमैनिटी, दैट वी हैव अ सोशल, वी हैव अ इकोनॉमिक, वी हैव अ रिलीजियस and we have a cultural. So definitely it means that we have a very broad scope of a history, and we can say we have a broad need of the human beings. And in Indian scenario, we have a large population, we have a numbers of the problems, we have a different factors, we have a reasons, we have a numbers of the things. So definitely we are looking for the systemization. Right? It is very difficult to prevalent the social and the economic, religious, cultural things in a very smooth way without any system. So what the system is doing, actually system is just somehow is making the human beings life more smooth, and somehow system is providing the human beings the some rights, we can say the fundamental rights, we can say fundamental duties, so that the human beings can at least understand the responsibility of the own responsibility for the country, and somehow they are just looking and they are just participating in the social economic history in a very comfort manner. Fine. Recent trends of the history, if I am talking about, it is a very important to it is very important for the UPSC aspirants, those are looking for the mains writing in the September. So it is very important to understand the recent trends. We can say recent trends, somehow it is somehow connected with your current affairs session. And current affairs session, why it is important? Because somehow again it is providing you the broad concept of everything, the way we are understanding the things, the way we are correlating the things. For example, if I am talking about the social history, we have a questions marks like patriotism, we have a question mark like a communalism. Economic history, when we are looking for the GDP growth and the gender equality. And in the religious basis, we have a biasness in the communalism, when we have examples like Nupur Sharma that I already explained you. And we have a numbers of the factors behind it. When we are looking for the system, when we are looking for the development of everywhere, so definitely this type of the things and this type of the previous year questions somehow giving the transparency of the question, that way we are looking the question, the way we are attempting the question. Definitely, if I am talking about the PYQs questions, if the question is asking from last 2 or 3 year, the directly question on the numbers of the question will ask on the Dhamma's policy, on the Buddhist philosophy, that the UPSC is definitely asking the question on Buddhism and the Jainism. So definitely it is the duty of the aspirant to understand the philosophy of the Buddhism, or we can say the philosophies the religious perspective, and the factors of the Buddhism, and what is the relevance of the Buddhism in the society in a very depth manner, and why it is a recent trends. I'm talking about why the recent trends, and why we are talking about the current affairs, sorry, current events. Because if the question is directly asked on the Buddhism, and if you have a very broad concepts of everything, so it is a very easy to correlate with everything, because Buddhism somehow is talking about the equality and the prosperity of the society, where all the religion, all the genders are equal in front of the Buddhist religion. Fine. So this is all about the scope of the interdisciplinary studies, where each and every factor depended completely on the each other. Again, I'm saying that we are the human beings, and we cannot survive completely और वी कैन से डिफरेंशियली विद एवरीथिंग कि हम बिल्कुल अलग होकर ही सर्वाइव करना स्टार्ट कर दे सोसाइटी में. गेटिंग माई पॉइंट नाउ. So we have a different factors. Question is to get you into the answer writing. So few of the students are asking in the questions in the class sometimes that how we can improve the questions and how we can improve our answer writing. So I would just like to sum up my this slide in a one line, that practice makes you that practice somewhere making you perfect. Fine. So how you can make your perfection better? It is a completely dependent on your understanding first of all, and the way you are choosing the approach. And then third thing, which is very important, we can say the understanding of the subject. It means if I'm giving the example of the history, if I'm giving the example of the geography, the both of the subjects, the history and the geography, they are completely dependent on the each other, right? We cannot separately studying the history, we cannot separately studying the geography. If you want to understand history completely, it is very important to understand where the northwest section, where the seven sisters of the hills are completely situated, what is the need of the Western Ghats, and what is the importance of the Arabian Sea, what is the importance of the Bay of Bengal. So somehow we are just looking for the consideration of everything, right? So it is, first of all, it is very important to put it the command on the subject. And how you can put it the command of the subject? When you start to studying the subject in a very depth manner. Fine. The first thing, how you can improve your answer writing? First of all, each day you have to write down the question, and later on your analysis the question that you are going, whatever you are writing on the paper, it is up to the mark for the question or not. That earlier I told you, if the question is completely based on the examination, the discussion, the analytical approaches, and different aspects. Fine. The second thing which is very important to know while doing the answer writing, which is question each day to get your required value addition. Value addition means when you started to add something relevant points. Fine. For example, if the question is asking about the gender equality, right? So it is very important to understand about the gender equality, or add of value addition means, as per the report of a gender gap index, India is consideration 131 country out of 146 countries. It means it is a value addition. And how the value addition is working on, it means it is showing the worst condition of the gender equality of the India, that we are existing on not only 10th, it means that we are standing on 10 to 15 step ahead, which is all about the 146 countries. Fine. So somehow we can see the very worst condition. On the another way, if I am talking about the value addition, we can say we are still looking for the GDP growth, we are still looking for the we can say the SDG goals, where we are looking for completion of 2030, and we have a numbers of the goal. We have a zero hunger, we have a no poverty, we are looking for a good electricity, we are looking for a clean city, we have a looking good eco water. So we have a different of the challenges. It means that you are adding something which is the relevant points as per the need of the question. The third thing, question each day to get you the confidence to the nail and the mains. It means every day when you started to writing the question on the paper, and every day when you started to adding some value additions in the question, definitely it is somehow enhancing your confidence about the question. And how you can enhancing your confidence? When you started to analysis, when you started to examine, and when you started to check your question, that whatever you writing on the paper is completely up to the mark of the question or not, or whatever the approach you are choosing while writing the question, it is up to the mark or not. Fine. So we have different dimension while whenever you are doing the answer writings. Fine. Now, question is to get you into the merit list. Definitely, that I earlier told you that a perfection somewhere need of a practice. It means we can say, so it is completely relevant that if you are doing the practice of the answer writing on the everyday basis, if you are adding some value addition in the question on everyday basis, so definitely it is somehow not enhancing your performance, but somehow it is completely adding a new knowledge in your existing knowledge, and somehow it is not only put it your existing you in the merit list, but definitely somehow it is helpful to enhancing your confidence as well. Fine everyone. So these are the 3 or 4 points while doing the answer writing. I'm just now that I'm giving the question on the board. I hope this is the question of the PYQ of 2017. Right, it's a mains question of history. Just a minute. Yes, this is the mains question of the history. This is the mains question, right, of history. Fine. So you can see the question on the board, everyone. The question is completely asked about the women role. The women question arose. Just a minute. The women question arose in the modern India as a part of the 19th century Reformation. 19th century Reformation, social reformation movement, and what are the major issues and debates concerning women in that period, right? So it means they are just they are focusing on the question that about the debate. So whenever you are looking the question in the questions on the question paper, it is a very important specifically for the history section. So it is a very important to understand the key points of the question and what is the question is demanding actually. Fine. So what is the question is demanding actually? The question is demanding actually the particular time phase of the 19th century. Number one. Fine. The women's question arose in the modern India. It means we are talking about the sense of the knowledge of the modern India, that the candidate have a very good knowledge about the modern India. Modern India means the complete modern India. Fine. And they are talking about the complete time phase of the 19th century. The complete time phase of the 19th century. 19th century. The one thing they are asking about the women question. Women question means when we are looking for the women empowerment. Getting my point? And the 19th century. And the third basic point, they are asking about the social reformation. When they are asking about the social reformation, and not only about the social reformation, they are asking about the social reformation movement. It means what is the meaning of the movement? Then we cannot start the movement individually. आप अकेले से कुछ तो स्टार्ट नहीं कर सकते ना कि आप खुद से सब कुछ स्टार्ट कर लें. So what is the exact meaning of the movement when we are going to start, when we are talking about the leadership, when we are talking about the different ideologies, when we are talking about the different aspects. Fine. So this is all about the movement. Then in the movement, and the next thing which is very important to discuss about the concerning debates and the concerning issues. So what is the issues of the 19th century? What is the issues of the women empowerment behind it, right? And what is the movement, and who are the leaders in the 19th century, and what is the exact meaning and what is the exact definition of the social reformation movement? It means this is the complete terminology which is related with your social, with your religious, and with your movement. It means the social, the religious, and the dependency of both the social and the religious society on the movement. And what were the leaders, and who were the leaders on that time of the movement in 19th century when we are talking about the issues of the women. Fine. So in this question we have three terminologies. Number one, the women question. Number two, the 19th century modern India. And number three, the social religious movement and the reformation, we are talking about it. Fine. So it is very important to discuss about the approach. Okay, let me find out the question first of all. Okay. See, when we are talking about the question about the women's reformation, sorry, women's issues, right? Number two terminology we are getting from the social and the religious movement. Fine. Number three is just talking about the debate. What are the debates and what are the issues? Fine. And not last, we can say not the least point, but it is talking about the 19th century time phase, and the 19th century time phase is completely correlated with the modern Indian section, right? Modern India. Fine. So somehow they are asking about the question on what? First of all, it is very important to discuss about the approach of the question. Approach of the question. So what is the approach of the question? When we are looking for the introduction, number one, and on the another way, after the introduction, it is very important to discussing about the women empowerment. Fine. Number two, again, it is very important, the part of the issues. It means what is the need, what is the importance, right? And what is the objectives. Objective of what? Again, women empowerment. Number three, it is very important to discuss about the debates and the issues, right? What are the debates and what are the issues? It means we are discussing about the women social evils. Women social evils. And what are the evils? The child marriage, the widow, the question on widow remarriages, right? We have a question mark, like on sati system, right? We have the people like, we had the people like Ansari ji, very good morning, right? We have a people like Raja Ram Mohan Roy, we have a people like Dayanand Saraswati. And the next thing which is very important to discuss about what? We can say that it is, if I am not adding the points, so the question is completely incomplete. Fine. So it is important to discuss about what is the meaning of the social and the religious movement. Movement somehow looking the participation of whom? The social reformers, and the social and the religious participation is completely talking about the equality. Fine. So this is somehow the complete approach of the question, that how we are going to start the question, how we are understanding the question, what is the approach, what is the need, the importance and the objectives, the debate and the issues. And after all, the question is still incomplete. How the question is completely incomplete yet? It is completely incomplete because we are not discussing about the different approaches. I hope my board is completely visible. Okay. If I am talking about the correlation of what? We are looking at the center of the question, the women empowerment. We can say at the different point, it means the social plus religious movement. Fine. So how you can correlate the question now? We can definitely correlate the question with whom? The social, the religious, the cultural. right? The administrative, the political, and it is very important to discuss about the what? The current events. Current events means what? The women issues. And what is the present current events in the society for the women specifically? When we're talking about what? When we're talking about the education, right? And in we are on 137 place after all 146 countries. Okay. Now education, we have a gender equality, we can say the gender gap as well, and the next thing which is GER, gender gross gender ratio, right? So gender equality means what? We are getting almost 131 place out of 146 countries, and on the place of GER still we are suffering with the worst condition in the whole countries. Fine. So these are the somehow the approach of the question when we are discussing all these questions, specifically for the women, the issues, the debates, and everything. Now the next slide is completely explaining about the tips for gaining the maximized marks in UPSC exams. So I think I already explained you the relevant points of the question, that what is the need to what are the factors for the question, for the answer writing, and how can you improve your question writing, answer writings. So write down the points first of all. It is very important. If you are talking about the women empowerment, it is very important to discuss about the things in the points. Number one, points. Why points? Because points are somehow giving that so much clarity in the question, right? Have an intro, the main body, and the conclusion. Definitely, if we have a question, if you are not going to understand the approach of the question, it is a very difficult to write down about the intro, about the main body, about the conclusion. Fine. But whenever you are getting the question, you have a very depth analysis, you have a very good analytical approach of the question. So definitely you have to mention about the intro of the question. Intro of the question means it is very important to understand first of all the question. What is the question is saying you? Fine. If the question is completely based on your issues, the debates, definitely you have to put it your whole concern on the introduction, and you have to put it your each positive and negative points. Again, I am saying you are not going to bias with the question. You have to put it your whole analysis on the question, and later on in the introduction, you have to write down the positive and the negative approach of the question. But you have to choose the mid path in the conclusion as well. Main body, you have to discussing about, for example, if the question is asking about the social reformation, so in the main body you have to discuss about the social reformation, the need, the scope, the social, cultural, religious, administrative approaches of everything. And conclusion, how the conclusion is working. Conclusion is somehow is giving the transparency of the whole answer writing of your question, that what the candidate is want to say in the question. It means introduction and the main body and the conclusion is somehow providing the whole, we can say the crux, or we can say the summary of the examiner, right? So be careful while doing the conclusion of the question. It means conclusion is somehow based on your understanding, your approach, your intro, your main body, and it is a very must. Somehow conclusion is representing the understanding of the subject, that how much you getting in the question, that how much you understanding with the questions. Fine. Diagrams, it is a very important. If you are very much perfect to making the diagrams, and I don't think so it's a big deal to making the maps and sketching the maps as well. So you can go ahead with the maps and somehow of the diameters and the diagrams, pie charts as well. Right, number of the questions, that if you are not getting any of the question, doesn't mean that you have to leave everything. You have to put it your whole concern on the attemptation of the maximum questions. Read and understand the question very carefully. Do not give extreme views, right? For example, if you are a woman, and if you are very much aware about the debates and the issues of the women, definitely if the issues are completely highlighted for you, definitely it is highlighted for everyone. It's not, you are not the individual person that you are giving the positive or negative opinion of anything, right? So if you have a, do not extreme views. If you have a problem, if you have very emotional sentiments of anything, it doesn't mean that you put your whole concern on the extremist of the views. Use your facts and figures of the substantial points, and handwriting should be neat and clear. Handwriting should be neat and clear means it doesn't mean that you are going to write down everything in a very perfect manner. It is completely mean that your handwriting is completely readable to the examiner, and the examiner can completely comfortable to read everything whatever you writing in the answer sheet. Fine. Okay, so this is all about the whole scenario, everything. What is explaining whatever I'm explaining earlier. Now, okay, I hope this is completely clear to everyone. In this lecture, we are just going to discussing about the Industrial Revolution. In yesterday's session, maximum points and maximum slides of the same question I already covered. So rest of the slides, I think 2 or 3 slides are pending yet. So I'm just going to completion of all the slides, and I'll just going to explain all the slides in a very quick manner. If you have any doubt, if you have any question, definitely you can ask me. I hope whatever I explained earlier about the answer writing, about the progression of the answer writing, the approach, the intro, the main body, the conclusions is completely helpful for you people to understand all these questions that I'm going to take very soon. And if you have any any doubt, any question, definitely you can ask me as well. So can we start the session now? So this is the question, everyone. I hope my screen is completely visible to everyone. The Industrial Revolution, the impact on the society, and the revolution that changed the people life afterwards. So this is all about the Industrial Revolution. Industrial Revolution in the context, in the history of the context of European history, and we are just going to take a quick summary that how the Industrial Revolution is completely impacted the Indian society, and we can say the industrialization. Fine. Then what is the need of the railway, what is the need of the raw material, why the Britishers are completely exploited the Indian peasantry class, and how the peasantry class completely became violent later on, and they are just completely started to stand up against the British, and how the Gandhiji arrival in 19th century. So this is all about the scenario of Industrial Revolution in the context of the Indian history. But in this session, we are just going to explain about the European history, and we will just take the quick summary, the impact of the society on the Indian history of the Industrial Revolution. Fine. So a separate of the Industrial Revolution that I already explained you, that we took more over 40 years for the expansion of the industrialization. Right, these are the cities. Approach, the question is completely asking about what? The question is asking about the industrialization, right? Industrial Revolution in 19th century, right? Industrialization in 19th century. The question is asking about what? The question is asking about the meaning. The question is asking about meaning, the introduction, right? The question is asking about the impact. Impact on whom? Impact on the social, we can say the society, and the economic, right? The next approach, they are asking about what? In the question, they are asking about the impact on the Indian society. Sorry, impact is already done. The context of Indian society. It means that how the Industrial Revolution completely impacted the Indian society. When we have a very good example of expansion of the railways, expansion on the railways in 19th century, the first railways occurring in India in 1853 from Mumbai to Thane, Thane to Mumbai. Fine. So we are looking for all these points, and after all, it is very important to discuss about what? It is very important to discuss about the need. What is the need? We are looking about the scope. We are looking about the importance. We are looking about the objectives. And later on we are looking about the factors as well. And last but not the least, we can say the point is completely relevant about the conclusion. The conclusion means that what we are exactly understand with the question, what we are writing in the intro, what we are writing in the mid body, and what we are exactly understand with the question, because the question is asking about the explanation only. Fine. Not the critical analysis, not the examination, not the analytical approach. The question is asking simply about the explanation or the discussion, that what you understand by everything. Fine. And on the another way, which is very important to understand about the chronological sequences of the era. We can see the centuries, the era, the decade, whatever we have. Fine. Okay, so we have a time period of 19th century in European context. We can say the European history as well. Fine. So what is going on in the 19th century actually? Right, we have a trade first of all, and we cannot ignore one prominent point in the century, in the 19th century, we can say the industries. We can industrialization or industries. Fine, in the centers. Sorry, industrial revolution and the revolutions. Fine. So what we have, the trade, we have commerce, right? We have a social, we have a economic developments. Fine. Next thing, we have a trade and commerce. We have the terms like commercialization, and when we are looking, when the people are started to approaching for what? The group trading. We can say the guild system. And 1930s time phase known as the depression period. The depression period. Fine. Why the depression period? Because, good morning Priyanka. Why the depression period actually? Because depression period somehow, because the depression period is somehow the result of the peak of the industrialization. That we have a industrialization, we have a trade, we have a commerce, we have a money, we have a flourishness of the trades, we have a employment, we have a prosperity. So definitely, if anything on the boom, definitely the things are definitely come in the downwards, which is not the depression period. Depression period is completely based on the hike of the inflation rates, when the people are suffers with the high inflation rates. And again, whatever we getting in the help of the industrial revolution in the European country, the trade and the commerce, completely it is impacted by the depression period. When again we are standing on the same place, still we are suffering with the less trade, with the less commerce, we have a less prosperous society. So these are the points, relevant points while doing the answer writing on the industrialization. And it is very important to understand the whole scenario of the 19th century, the period we are talking about. Fine. Now, introduction, I already explained you that what is the meaning of industrialization. See, industrialization somehow impacted the agriculture, the production, the transportation and the communication. Impacted agriculture means when we are looking the complete impact of agriculture. Fine. That what agriculture is helping us to giving the raw materials, and what the production is helping us to make the raw materials in the final goods. Goods were produced faster, became cheaper and could be shipped from place to place quicker than ever before. It means if we have a good production, if we have a surplus production, we are enhancing our commerce and trade in a very high manner, and we can say that in very surplus manner. I already explained about the industrial revolution, that how it can help enlightening the things, the science, migration of the cities, and utilitarianism, low farm wages, demand of production, and mechanism, which I already explained yesterday. Cause of industrial revolution: dependency on the technology, impact of the education, and Protestant and the Reformation. Dependency of the technology means what? That we are looking the machineries. Right, machineries cannot survive without industries. Sorry, industries cannot survive without machineries, and they both cannot survive without labors. Fine. And how the impact of education is occurring in industrial revolution when we're talking about the skills. Protestant Reformation is somehow talking about the reformation in the society. Fine. The industrial revolution which took place from the 18th to 19th century, it means we have moreover, we can say half of the centuries, which predominantly agrarian and the rural societies, the people who are living in the society of the agricultural class, they are completely focusing on the raw materials, they are looking for the commercial crops. Fine. European and American become industrials and urban. Why European and American? Because the European countries and American countries completely focusing on the development of the countries. Fine. And industrialization marked a shift to power, special purposes, machinery, factories, and mass production. Mass production, that it means that if we have a mass production, definitely earlier we have a very good raw materials. The people who are completely dependent on the agriculture, they completely help in the mass production. Mass production somehow helping us to enhancing the trade and commerce, and somehow helping us to make the economic or the society more prosperous. Iron and textile, it means the cotton industry and the iron. Fine, became the mainstay of the industrial revolution. How? Because textile is somehow a basic need of the human being. Either we are related with the poor families, or even we are looking from the higher classes families. Textile industries, or we can say the cotton industries, somehow playing a very important role, because textiles is booming the industrial revolution, because we are exporting or importing the textile in different countries. We have a France, we have America, we have moreover European countries, we have a Brazils, we have a Russia as well. Iron somehow is not helping the enhancing of the agriculture, but somehow iron is completely helpful to developing the machineries. Fine. Now, for cooking appliances to ships, all the components of the iron and the steel, and the process went to hyperdrive with the advent of the steam engines and the ships. In the 16th century, if I am talking about the European context of industrialization, we have a term like scientific revolution. It means that scientific revolution is not only a revolution, but scientific revolution completely changed the society drastically, or we can say the economic that drastically, because scientific revolution somehow introducing we can say the components, the hyperdrive engines, which is completely helpful to make our industries more prosperous, more progressive. Fine. Now let's move ahead. You can see the image on the screen as well. Now when we are talking about the body, कि भाई आपको question की body में क्या लिखना है, what we are looking in the question of the body. It is very important to discuss about the technological change that took place during the industrial revolution. Fine. Changes is what? When we are talking about the changes, it means the cotton industries. When we started to using the engines, the machineries and the irons. Fine. When we started to inventing, when we started to formatting that type of the machineries, which at least take less time to producing more production. During the industrial revolution, acceleration in the process of technological innovation brought about the array of the new tools and the machineries. As I told you, new tools and the machineries, that whatever we making the new tools, कि जितना ज़्यादा production हम करेंगे, जितना ज़्यादा machineries हम बनाएंगे, उतना ज़्यादा आपकी machineries का production जो होगा वो क्या होगा, enhance होगा, वो बढ़ेगा ही. Technological innovations, when we are looking for again the scientific revolution, when we have a steam engines, when we have a good when we have a cotton industries, when we have iron industries, and when we have a steel industries. Okay. Now, Textiles. Textiles means the cotton, we can say the cotton industry. During the period, the organization of the cotton production shifted from a small scale cottage industries. It means in which rural families performing spinning and weaving tasks in their homes to a large mechanized factories based industries. See, textile industries from the beginning of the time phase, the textile industry is playing a very crucial role. When the small scale industries or the handicrafts, we can say the handlooms are prevalent in the rural areas. Fine. But on the 19th century, when the boom in the industrial revolution is occurring, the textile industry is seriously playing a very important role. The people who are completely developing the handlooms in their own home or in their own household, they completely shifted their labors in the textile industries, and suddenly the textile industries completely boom in the European countries and the American countries as well. The boom in productivity began with a few technical devices including the spinning jenny, spinning mule and power loom. You can see the image on the screen as well. These are the very common images in these days. In the Mumbai's specifically or basically the states like India, they are completely depending on the textile industry, or specifically the states where the cotton production is completely enhancing and productivity is very much. Surely this is a very common image. You can see these are all the thread work is going on. The industries, we can say the heavy machinery is also prevalent on that time in the 19th century. Now agriculture, we cannot imagine, see, if we have industries, right, and we have agriculture. For both the terms, industries and the agriculture, we need a labor. Fine. Before reaching to the labor, we can say to make the industries more smooth, we are looking for the agricultural raw material, and how the raw material is coming occurring and how the producing with the help of the agriculture. Fine. So they said ki what is the need of the agriculture? Definitely several factors came out together in 18th and 19th century when bring about the substantial increase in the agriculture productivity, and these include new types of the equivalents such as the seed drill developed and Jethodal around 1701. Progress was also made in the crop rotation and the land use. It means agriculture somehow deciding about the agriculture is somehow a basic production of the textile industries. So agriculture is completely textile industry is completely based on the surplus production of the agriculture. So how much the things we are progressing in the countries, definitely the productivity is high day to day. So they said ki progress was also made in the crop rotation, the land use, the soil health, develop in the new crop varieties of animal husbandry. Definitely agriculture production is not based on a one factor, that we are looking only the crop rotation or the land use. Definitely if we have a good soil health, if we have a good tools, if we are using good seeds, definitely agriculture is completely giving the more surplus production in it. Now the result was a sustained increase in the yields capable of feeding a rapidly growing population with the improved nutrition. So as per the industrial revolution, development is occurring on, we have a large population, we have a development as well. So definitely agriculture is completely responsible to feed the people. So how you can feed the people? When you are using the good seeds, when you are when we have a good soil health, development of a new crop variety, and if we are completely focusing on the animal husbandry and as well as the soil and as well as the agricultural production, the surplus production, the growing population. Fine. Energy, the mining and the distribution of the coal set in the motion some of the dynamics that led to the Britain's industrialization, and the coal-fired steam engines was in many respects the deceiving technology of the industrial revolution. If we are talking about the industrial revolution, fine, and transportation occurred with the increased output of agriculture production. If we have a good transportation and if we have a good agriculture production, they are completely related with each other, and on the another way we can say they both are the two sides of the one coin. Now efficient means of the delivering these products to markets, Transportation somehow helping us to reaching the production of the agriculture or reaching the production of the industries till the market. Fine. And steam engines and the railways. Railways, how the railways? Railways again a very prominent part of the transportation as well, and important features of the industrialization revolution during the 19th century. Fine. So in the time of the 19th century, specifically of the industrialization is completely not based on one factor. We have numerous of the factors. We have a transportation, we have a agriculture production, and in the agriculture production we have a good soil, we have a crop rotation, we have a good seeds as well, we have a soil, healthy soil as well. And in the railways, we can say railways is a very prominent part of the transportation, that we have everything. We have industries, we have laborers, we have machineries. If we don't have any transportation, if we cannot reach our production, if we cannot reach our surplus production till the time of the marketing, till the end of the market, so it's very difficult to grow up at every sector, because if we don't have any good transportation, definitely we definitely suffered from everything. And transportation railway somehow playing a very prominent role in it. Now, social economic changes that took place during the industrial revolution. A lot of social economic changes took place during the industrial revolution. Change in character and cultural people in the whole world. Fine. How it is going on again? Say industries, somehow agriculture, right? Agriculture is what is giving us the surplus production, means the huge production. Fine. This is somehow giving only helpful with the industries. And how the industry is working actually? With the help of the labor. With the help of the laborers. Fine. In the industries and the agriculture. And who are doing the agriculture? The people who are belonging from the poor class or the lower class. The poor class and the lower class. And who are working as a labor in the industry? Again the poor class and the lower class. Fine. And what the industries are giving us? Industries ने हमें क्या दिया है ultimately? The surplus production, upliftment in the economic and trade and the commerce. So definitely, so trade and commerce, who were doing the trade and commerce in 19th century? The people already involving in the agriculture class or in the industries class. Fine. So who are going to reach day to day? Whose social and economic life is completely improved? The people who are already involving themselves in the agriculture or in the industry sectors. So who are they? They are the labor class, right? So you can say definitely the first class, the salaried elite, the peasant, the working poor, and the people who are completely looking for the special benefits. Who are looking for the special benefits? The mediators, the people who are doing the work in the transportation, the mediators, and the productivity mediator people. And we can see the salaried people. Fine. So these are the important points. Okay. Now, let's move ahead, everyone. Population explosions. What are the population explosions? Population explosion means definitely if we have a good growth, the population definitely increase day to day. Fine. Advancement in the technology, right? The factors in the population explosion means the drastic change or the development or in the enhancement in the population. Fine. Explosion. ठीक है, किसी चीज का बाहर आना. The advancement in the technological, better agriculture production led to the better medical facilities and greater employment, which led to the population explosion. It means we have a different factors behind the population explosion. What are the factors? The first factor is technological enhancement, that we have a good technology, we have a good industries, we have a large industries, we have more industries. Fine. The agriculture, the better production of the agriculture. How the agriculture playing the role in the population explosion? When the agriculture production is completely based on the surplus production, And how the surplus production is increasing? When we are looking for a good seeds, when we are looking for the crop rotation, and when we are looking for a good soil health. Fine. Third thing which is very important, the better and the medical facilities and greater employment. Better medical facilities, it means we have a less deaths, we have a more population, and greater employment. If we have a good employment, if we have a good employment, we have a good money. Definitely we are liable to fulfill our basic needs. Right? It means it's showing somehow the economic development. And what is the economic development is showing us? The prosperity in one, the society or at the individual level. Fine. So it is somehow the points somehow helping the population explosions. Development of banking and finance system. It means if we have a good technology, we have a better agriculture, we have a good medical facilities, we have enhancement in the social economic prosperity. So definitely people are involving themselves in whom? The agriculture, in the trade or in the commerce. And how the agriculture, how the trade and commerce helping us? Trade and commerce are helping us to grow up the middle class family. Still they were surviving for the food, but they are in the 19th century, while the introduction of the industries, they are not surviving for the foods again, and they are opening up. They started to begin to opening up the new factories. Why? How the new factories they are opening? Because they have a more money. Fine. And which they required financial, and therefore the banking and a finance system began the developing. That earlier I am discussing about the guild system, the group who are working completely for trade and commerce, who are completely looking the terminologies like commercialization, the production in the agriculture as well based on the commercial crops. So if we have a good commercial crops, the cotton industries, definitely we are producing more surplus production in the agriculture as well as in the industries. Okay. So this is somehow the population explosion, that why the population explosion enhancing day by day with the help of the industrial revolution. Now, okay, the industrialization and urbanization, right? So it is very important to understand the terminology first of all, how the industries and how the urbanization, how the industries and how the urbanization working. Industrialization somehow completely based on the migration. And why the migration is occurring actually? When we are looking for the opportunities. And why we are looking for the opportunities? Because we are looking for the development for the economic and the social growth. Fine. So you can see the map on the screen, everyone. The yellowish part, I feel my map is completely visible to everyone. Just a minute. I would like to zoom the picture first of all. You can see on the screen as well. This is the image of the 1850s. This is the image of the 1850. 1850. Right? So you can see the images of the industrial area. The yellowish part you can say the Great Britain, right? Then Manchester and the London. We have a next example of almost we can say the Belgium section and Paraguay and Germany. You can see the world map on the screen, and you can see the yellowish part on the screen showing the industrial development of the countries. So you can see the migration. The half of the countries completely indulge themselves to developing more industries, because more industries somehow helping all the states and all the countries to enhancing their economic and political and the social upliftment of the people, right? And these are the basic need of the any of the state or any of the country. Fine. Now the industrial center, right? You can see the different points. Rest of the points are not relevant as per the need of the map. So you can say industrialization and urbanization. Why they are using the word? Because industrialization somehow shifting the people, or we can say migrated the people in the urban areas as well. Clear? Now, second industrialization revolution. So you can say banking and finance systems involved to meet needs of new industries, right? That we have a banking, we have a finance, we have a banks, we have a finance, right? So we have a more money. Like if we have more money, we are looking for the investors. So where you want to invest yourself when we are looking for the new industrialization? When the people who are completely having more money, they started investing their money to uplift to developing more industries. Fine. Banks invested and gave loans in the developing technologies. Right. So industrialization doesn't mean that you set up one time and later on you are looking for the more development. We are looking more skilled technologies and we are looking for more skilled machineries as well. And encouraged merge to companies. How you can looking for encourage the merge of the companies? When the companies completely merging themselves and when we are looking for the benefits of the shares. Now, status of the women. Again, we are talking about the social history of the Industrial Revolution. The social issues, we can say the social priority or development, you can say. You can see a slogan that women are asking for the president, Mr. President, how long must women want for liberty? Liberty means what? When they are looking for their own freedom, when they are looking for their own when we are looking for our freedom and we are looking for the on rights. Fine. So this is all about the status of the women. The Industrial Revolution marked a dramatic, we can say dramatic, or we can say the drastic change for the women, and many of the entered the workforce for the first time. Women had to compete with men for jobs, and the female factories workers made only 1/3 as much as men. It means if I'm looking the ratio that how much people are indulging or involving themselves in the industries, it means people are more looking for, women are more looking for the more interest in the industries. If I'm talking about the 100% of the participation of the gender equality, 40% participation of the men, and moreover 60% participation of the women. Now, rising middle class. The middle class men started owning factories, sent their male childhood to school, and rose up the society due to the increasement in the wealth. Rising middle class means, as I earlier told you, in the agriculture, on the industries, in both the sectors, the middle class totally merging themselves. Right. So development is happening is where? In the middle class societies or middle class families. Urbanization, people started moving to urban areas in search of the better jobs. Again, we are discussing about the migration and the factories due to which these areas became highly popular with the poor housing of the facilities, and the exploitation of the resources. When if we have industries, definitely we are looking for the more resources, and industries revolution made the production of the goods easy and ready in much less time. How the less time? Because we have enhanced and developed technologies, and therefore more and more goods began to be produced, which led to the exploitation of the resources. It helps somehow to make the less resources exploitation, and if we have a less exploitation, we have more resources. And how we can enhance the more resources? With the help of the more development of the industrialization, when the agricultural production or the surplus production is growing day to day life. Now, what is the conclusion? If I'm talking about the conclusion, the Industrial Revolution was a revolution experience. It means when we have a existing something, when we have a existing society something, and this existing society something is asking for the reformation. Revolution never ever happening on the one cause. Revolution is not happening on one cause. We have a several causes behind it, right? And it also increased the material wealth, extended the powerful force of social change, and therefore there was a more industrial revolution than a bunch of the machines. And it was not only technological revolution, but also a social economic revolution that changed the way people lived afterwards. That I earlier told you that industrial revolution not completely based on the factor of one cause. We have a different of the factors, we have different of the cause, right? For example, okay, just a minute. For example, if we have industries, right, industries are completely based on the participation of the agriculture. Participation of the agriculture. Right, and who are investing money in the industries? The people who have already money. Right, the people is completely belonging in the upper class. And who were doing the agriculture? The people who are completely indulging in the middle class or in the labor class. Fine. So how the industries and agriculture impacted completely? It is completely impacted the social, economic development, and when we arising the issues of women empowerment, when the woman is asking for their own rights, for their own liberty. Clear? So there was a more industries revolution, then a bunch of machines. So if we have a more industries, we have a more machines. If we have a more machines, we have a more technological enhancement. So we cannot forget the example of 16th century scientific revolution in European context. Fine. If we have a more industries, we have a more economic developments, we have a more money. Right? If we have a more economic development, we have a more prosperous society, not only in the society, but we are growing our economic day-to-day perspectives. Fine. So this is So now let's move ahead, everyone. So these are the countries where the industrial revolution is completely occurring in the time phase of the 1800 to 1840s. It means this was the time phase of complete 40 years. Right, and you can see the map, the yellowish parts, the orangish part on the screen completely merging themselves to enhancing more industries. Fine, the weekly industries by the late 1800. These are all the industrial areas. Clear, everyone? Okay, is there any doubt in the question, everyone? Is there any doubt in the question? Okay. Now, let's move ahead on the revolt of 1857. Whatever we did earlier, this is the world history section part, which is industrial revolution. Now we are discussing about the revolt of 1857 now. Fine. Why revolt of 1857? Revolt of 1857 is important, and we can say definitely the revolt of 1857 playing a very crucial and a very crucial role in the Indian history. And just because of first war of independence, it is completely changed history drastically. And how it is changed history drastically, we are just going to understand everything now. This is the question on the screen, everyone. The question you are, I think, facing on the screen. The revolt of 1857 was the culminating effect of character and the policies of the colonial rule in India. The question is asking about the examination. How the question is asking about the examine. It means that you are going to the positive and the negative perspective of both of the question. Okay, you can read out the question easily. I hope you are totally getting the question. I hope the question is completely clear to everyone. The revolt of 1857 was a culminative effect of character and policies of colonial rule in India. So the question is basically asked on what? The question is basically asking about the examination, right? Examination. Let me find out the key points of the question. That revolt of 1857 was a culminative effect. So it is very important to discuss about what. So first of all, the definition of revolt of 1857. It means that why the revolt of 1857 is happening actually. And number two, the characters and the policies we are discussing. Yes, Saroj. Rajul Kumar, we are just looking for the question of the revolt of 1857. We are just looking the approach of the question, what the question is actually saying. The question is basically based on your 1857 First War of Independence, and revolt of 1857 somehow based on, we can say, the First War of Independence as well as the Sepoy mutiny as well. So in this question we are going to find out the key points of the question. Key point of the in this question we will try to find out the key points. The first key point they are asking about the revolt of 1857 was the culminative effect of characterization and the policies of colonial rule. So what we are going to discuss, first of all, we are discussing about the reasons of 1857, that what is the reason behind it first of all. Later on we are discussing about the effect, how the reasons completely affected the characters and the policy of the colonial rule. So it is must to everyone that you have to analysis and you have to know about the policies of the colonial rule, that what were the policies they are implemented on during the 1857 revolt or during the time of the 1857. We can say the First War of Independence, or we can say the Sepoy mutiny as well. Now, let's move ahead. So, what we are discussing in the question, first of all, I hope you are completely understand the question. The completely question is asking about the examination. Fine. And how we are going to examine? We are going to examine the question while helping. We are going to examine the question while helping to understand the effect, the impact, the colonial rules. And we are going to discuss about the nature of the revolt. It means we are going to discuss about the introduction part of the question first of all. And what is the introduction part of the question? We are in this question we are going to understand the introduction about the nature of the revolt. The revolt of 1857. 1857, somehow understanding the way of First War of Independence. So it is very important to understand why we are considering 1857 as a First War of Independence. Fine. So we are going to understand the nature. On the another hand, 1857 revolt is also known as the Sepoy of Mutiny. Means where the participation of the soldiers were happening there. There are no participation of another people. So this is also very important to understand why the 1857 completely understanding the nature of Sepoy of Mutiny. Number two, the examine the character and policies of the colonial period. It means we are going to discuss about the impact. What are the impacts of all these things? Right. So it is very important to understand the policies of the colonial rule, whose culminative effect we are discussing, the effect of the colonial rule on the revolt. And the conclusion, right, significance of the revolt. Significance, we are discussing about the importance, the objectives, and the aim. Right. So let's move ahead now. Again, scope of history is very important. How the scope of history is important? When we are talking about the interrelated concepts. Interrelated concepts. Revolt is never ever happening just because of one person or one ideology. Fine. Revolt is never ever happening just one person. There is a definitely the problems like ideologies, the ideas, when the ideas are not matched completely. Revolt is basically not based on one factor. So we have a social, we have a economic, we have a religious, we have administrative, and we have political. Why we have a social? because we are still suffered in 1857s with the social equality. Why the economic? Because we are not liable to get the wages equally, right? Now the religiously, because we have a very good example of Mangal Pandey's religiously, the gunpowder, the cartouche, right? ये सारी चीजें. Now the administrative and political, why we are discussing administrative and political? When we are discussing about the British era and the policies making the impact of the administrative and the political the Britishers policies of the administrative and the political, how they are completely impacted 1857 time period. Now, interdisciplinary approach, again we are going to studying about the interdisciplinary approach. So interdisciplinary approach is completely based on the revolt of 1857. Fine, and we are discussing about the impact of whom? The colonial period, the colonial administrative and political formation of the systems. Definitely the colonial period or the British people, they are never ever making the policies in the favors of the Indians. Fine, so definitely if I am discussing about the 1857 nature as per the importance of the social history, definitely we can say in 1857 this is also known as a first war of independence. This is also known as a sepoy of mutiny as well. So 1857 somehow is completely related with social history, because we are still suffering with the equality. We are not getting the equal positions or equal we can say position in the society, in Indian society basically. And somewhere we can say easily that British people somewhere the reason of it, right? Economic history that earlier I told you in the sepoy of mutiny, why we are going to say, why we are saying, because in sepoy of mutiny we are not going to take the equal, we are not we are still suffering with the equal wages, right? And religious history, we have a very much a good definition of the Mangal Pandey's. Cultural history, when we are looking for the diversity, but still we are looking for the inequality. Administrative history and political history, the both of the terminologies completely in the hand of the British people, British crown we can say, right? British crown. So British crown never ever making the policy in the favor of the British Indian people. Now, so political history and administrative history, they both are somehow we can say the puppet of the British Empire, and we are still suffering with the social equality, the economic equal wages, and we have still the problem like religious and the cultural history as well. Now, so let's move ahead everyone. Let me discuss about the introduction of the 1857. What is the introduction of 1857 exactly? So the revolt of 1857 started on 10th of May. Introduction means that we are not going to examine one factor. Earlier I told you 1857 or any of the event in the history never ever occurred in a very sudden way. That suddenly that you are jump away in the next century and something is going to happen. It is never happened actually. In Indian history, if I am talking about the events, if I am talking about the different time phases, we have some gradual process. If the first war of 1857 actually happened, definitely that we have a different reasons behind it. We cannot forget about 1757, the first Plassey battle. We cannot forget about 1764, the battle of Buxar, and both the battles somehow the result of 1857, which is happened in actually as the first war of independence in India. Right, introduction means when we are looking the whole of the nature of the history, the event specifically of 1857, that what we are getting with the event actually, exactly we know about the event and how the revolt of 1857 started first of all, and what are the companies Indian soldier at the Meerut rebelled, right? Sepoy of mutiny we can also say that, and first war of independence against the British rulers. So it is very important to, it is a very contradictory image in itself, that why we are considering 1857 somehow first war of independence and why we are considering as somehow the sepoy mutiny. And the next thing in the introduction which is very important to understand about the major anti-colonial movement against the aggressive imperial policies of the British. Why we are saying? Because earlier I already told you that British crown or the British people, they are never ever favoring the people who are completely they are never ever favoring the Indian people, and they are never ever in the favor to making the policies. They are not favoring the Indian people, right? And in fed the economic and the political and the social struggle against the British rule. It means in 1857 we are looking the participation. Participation of what? When we are looking for the economic participation, when we are not when we are still suffer with the equal wages in the sepoys, and in the political, when the systemization of the political and the administrative approaches is not completely up to the mark as per the Indian people or as per the Indian soldiers. And the struggle, so who are the struggling? Actually the people who are belonging from the middle class families, or the people who are belonging from the soldiers or the lower class families against the British rule. So who are the revolted, who are going to completely revolt the British rule? The people who are suffering were the economic, their social, their cultural and religious factors, right? So this is all about the introduction. Now the body. After the introduction, we are completely understand the approach of the question, that what the question is exactly asked. And the next thing, when we are discussing about what? About the oppressive behavior, the oppressive character and the policies of the colonial rule in India. So what are the oppressive character? When they are completely suppressing the people who are not completely liable to use their own rights. Now the policies of the colonial rule. So what are the policies when they are completely try to suffer or to completely try to suppress the people who are belonging from the social, the economic and the political backgrounds, right? The political policies, what are the political policies? When we understand the nature of the question number 1057, the nature of the colonial expansion means what? When we are completely looking the Awadh, the Jhansi, the Meerut, Nagpur, Sambhalpur, Udaipur, they are completely later on become the part of the British policies, or we can say the prominent ruling area of the British era. Through the annexation became a major success of the discontent among the Indian rulers. Their policy of annexation, called doctrine of lapse, led to the number of the independent kingdoms being annexed to the British Empire. Doctrine of lapse somehow is completely introducing by the Lord Dalhousie, and Lord Dalhousie completely introducing the annexation of the different states formation. That I am already giving the example of Awadh, I am already giving the example of Meerut, Udaipur, Nagpur, Sambhalpur, Jhansi. And doctrine of lapse he is introducing. See, some of the students have a very much confusion that Dalhousie is completely introducing the doctrine of lapse, right? But if we are going to depth analysis of everything, the Dalhousie never ever going to making the policy of doctrine of lapse. He is somehow implementing the policy of doctrine of lapse, but never ever going to be threat the people of the doctrine of lapse. It is already we can say the political expansion of the British policies, which is completely formed from the England. Dalhousie is completely a key factor. We can say the different player of the British era. He is completely implemented the policy. And what is doctrine of lapse? We very aware about the doctrine of lapse. If we have a blood relation with any higher or successor, he or she is completely compatible to sit on the designation. But if we don't have any blood relation with with our heir and the successor, so he or she is not liable to sit on the designation. So there is a differentiation in each other. The policies of the annexation is what is going on actually. These were the states that were enjoying British protection. States were enjoying the British protection. How? Because the Awadh, the Udaipur, Jhansi, Sambhalpur, we have a different parts in the Indian subcontinent, but their rulers and they died without leaving a natural heir of the throne. It is the manner of the Lord Dalhousie annexed the Maratha state of Satara, Nagpur, Jhansi. We have a different prominent kingdoms. We have a prominent kingdoms, and this is somehow a different political, strategical and diplomatic policy of the British crown, that they are started to annex one by one the more of the states that we have a Marathas, we have a Jhansi, we have a Nagpur, we have Awadh. So we cannot do anything because we somehow we are felt very helpless. Fine. Now This inferences by the East India Company was disliked by the many Indian rulers. The policy of annexation, it means that when we are discussing about the doctrine of lapse, fine, affected the soldiers, craftspeople, and even the nobles, and even the traditional scholarly and priestly class lost their patronage which they were getting from these rulers. Fine. So we have a very good example of Awadh. On Awadh, we have a very good story-making film, Satyajit Ray, Shatranj Ka Khiladi. It is a very prominent movie, specifically if you want to understand that in 57 annexation of Awadh as well, where later on when Awadh is not ready to annex himself, itself, so Dalhousie completely tried to agree the Awadh ruler and said कि ठीक है भाई कि you are not liable to handle your own state, so you have to annex your own states. Fine, so you don't have any policies and you don't have any solutions. Economic policies. So we are going to discussing about the nature of it in 57. We are discussing numbers of the factors that I already told you about the social, about the economic, and about the politically. And why the economic, why the social, and why the political? Because the people specifically related with the middle class families, they are the sufferers. They were exactly the sufferers. And why they were become exactly the sufferers? Because the cause of disruptions of the traditional Indian economy, subordination to the British economy. And what British economy is basically based on whom? British economy is completely based on the agriculture. British economy indirectly, if we are going to say the Indian economy, fine, it is completely based on the agriculture. So who were going to collect the revenue? The British collectors, and suffered under the British policies in Indian economy. So Indian economy, when moreover 80% of the population, when moreover the 80% of the population were completely based on the Indian economy, where Indian economy is completely based on the agriculture. Fine. So what about the basic needs and what about the sufferers, about the moreover 80% of the population? Since they worked against the interest of the Indian trade and industry, Indian handicrafts completely collapsed. When we started, when we're talking about the 1857 phase, it is completely about the 19th century. And in 19th century somehow was the time period, it was the time period when we are completely introducing about the Industrial Revolution. Earlier we already have already done the topic about Industrial Revolution. We completely discuss about the impact, the social, economic and the cultural impact of the Industrial Revolution. Fine. So 1857 somehow was the time phase when the people are completely suffered with the dominancy of the British era, because industrialization, the Indian economy or the agriculture is completely based on the commercialization crop system. Fine. And the Indian handicrafts, why they are completely collapsed? Because in the British era, when they started to introducing their own final goods in the Indian subcontinents on a very cheap labor. The British sold cheap machines made clothes in India, which is destroying the Indian cottage industry. Again, in Industrial Revolution, I already explained about the textile industry, that how the textile industry completely changed the 19th century scenario in a very drastic way. So we can completely understand the importance of the textile industries or the final goods of the textile industries of the European context, and how they can completely flourish the final goods in the Indian context, and how they are completely destroying the Indian cottage industry as well as the handicraft system in the Indian context or Indian subcontinent. So it means what is happening actually, you are completely make the people helpless, because they cannot migrate anywhere. Fine. Because the prominent areas like Maratha, Awadh, Nagpur, Jhansi, the more Gangetic region, you completely annexed by the British era or British crowns. So what happens is actually what the result is come out when the maximum people is completely suffering with the unemployed problems, and when they don't have any solution, they started to merging themselves in the soldiers recruitments, which is completely in the hand of the British crown. The Britishers also imposed heavy duties on Indian made goods, and now they could reap huge profits. They were a competition for their goods. For example, in the Industrial Revolution in the European context, the European people selling their own final goods in the 100 rupees, and the Indian goods, they are completely selling their products in 200 rupees. So definitely if you are completely put it the proposal in the common class people, definitely they are choosing the European final goods, because European final goods, why? Because these are the goods completely formed with the good machineries, with technological enhancements and very good labor skilled labors. Fine. Okay. Now, British drained Indian for her wealth and her natural resources. Drained Indian wealth, when we have a very good example of Dadabhai Naoroji drain of wealth, you can completely understand the policies, the natural resources, the drain of wealth and the economic wealth, and the colonial policies intensify land revenue demand led to the large number of peasants losing their lands. Finally, if you are completely imposing the heavy duties on the agriculture, on the production of the agriculture, what is happening actually? What is happening actually when the peasants are losing their on lands? If you are not liable to fulfill all the raising prices, if you are not liable to fulfill all the heavy taxation or heavy imposed duties, definitely you don't have any solution rather to sell all the lands. We have a very good example of permanent settlements of Bengal, British, Bihar and Odisha did not recognize the hereditary rights of the peasants' land, and they failed to pay 10 to 11th of the entire production. Permanent settlement, somehow a very good example of the land revenue system of India. While we can also see the imposement of the taxation on the agriculture or the economy as well. Permanent settlement somehow introducing in 1793 by Lord Cornwallis. Fine. So what is happening actually, you can see in the permanent settlement what is going on. See, in the permanent settlement what is going on actually, it is introducing in 1793. Right, so in the permanent settlement we are completely bifurcated this settlement in three categories, right? The British people on the higher class, later on the zamindar, and in the lower category the peasantry were responsible for paying the taxation whatever they are getting from the lands, right? So Britishers are completely bounded the zamindari class that you are liable to pay me 100 rupees per day, or we can say the 100 rupees after the final production. The peasantry class, they don't have any they don't have any irrigation facilities, they don't have any good seeds, they don't have any good soil qualities. And we have a very good example of Bengal famine in 1791, in later on 1891. So after the happening these type of drastic problems, it is very difficult to grow the crops in a very specific manner, in a very huge production. So that production and the weather is completely not consistent always. So later on what is happening actually, zamindaris completely make the pressure on the peasantry class that you have to pay more over 200s. Why 200s? Because the zamindari class is completely want to gaining more over the rupees of 100. Fine. So somehow when you started to imposing and when you started to exploiting the class, definitely somehow later on they are completely selling their lands, because the imposing heavy duties they are not completely liable to fulfill. So what is happening actually, at the large number the peasantry class losing their lands just because of the non eligibility, or we can say not liable to fulfill the we can say the lands revenue taxation whatever they are getting, or whatever they are imposing by the British crown. Social and religious inferences, that we have a very good example of social reform against sati, right? The infanticide, it means in one word we can say the women issues, and the widow remarriages and education for the women made many people unhappy. The missionaries were instilled apprehensive in masses. Missionaries like Christianity, when they started to giving the offer to conversion of their own religion, and the religious sentiments of the sepoys were heard in 1806 in Madras Presidency. Hindus were asked to remove their caste marks from their own foreheads, and the Muslims were asked to trim their own beards. So this is somehow a threat of the religious cultures. Discontent in the army, Indian soldiers were not given post above that of the subedars. Some sepoys wanted special bhattas and allowances if sent on the overseas duties. It means when the British Crown started to discriminate the Indian people in the existing soldiers, or we can say the existing sepoys. Fine, sometimes they were paid more, or more of the time they were not, and they were paid salaries less than the English counterparts. It means when they started to discriminate the Indian soldiers and the European soldiers as per the wages, and as a result, the morale of the Indian sepoy was very low. Morale. Fine. Administrative character. Rampant corruption in the company, administrative especially among the policy, petty officials and lower law courts, was the major cause of the discontent. And British foreign policies, because British foreign policy, why we are talking about British foreign policies? Because British foreign policy somehow impacted the Indian policies, and British somehow providing the benefits and tried to reach the benefits till the European countries. The revolt succeeded with a certain outside events in which the British suffered seriously lost. The first Afghan war 1838 to 48, Punjab wars 45 to 49, when Maharaja Ranjit Singh died. Later on, the complete Sikhs surrendered themselves. The Crimea wars, the British were seen to be not too strong, and it was felt that they could be defeated. So what we have exactly, actually, we lost Jhansi, we lost Nagpur, Udaipur, Sambhalpur, Jhansi, and later on Afghan, Sikh, Marathas, and rest of the parts. So we don't have any continued specific continent that we are looking, and we are just showing our capturation on it, that we are going to showing our authority on the lands. Now, immediate policies, that we have a social, we have already economic, we have a religious as well. Now the time to discussing about the immediate policies. What are the immediate policies? When the government decided to replace the old fashioned musket, brown bags, by the Enfield rifle, and the loading process of the Enfield involved bringing the cartilage to the mouth and biting of the top, right? There was a rumor among the sepoys in January 1857 that the greased cartridges, जो हम यहाँ पर गोलियों की बात कर रहे हैं, we are talking about the cartouche, right? And the fat of the cow and pig sparked off the revolt of the sepoys on 19th March 1857 by Mangal Pandey. You can see the another example of the Bahadur Shah Zafar II. Why I am using the image of Bahadur Shah Zafar II? Because I just want to correlate the sepoy of mutiny, or we can say the first war of independence of 1857, somehow giving a very relevant position of Bahadur Shah Zafar II at the last moment. Or no doubt that Bahadur Shah Zafar was the last Mughal emperor on that time. But on the other hand, Bahadur Shah Zafar II somehow playing his role somehow in a very prominent way, and with the request of the soldiers of the Delhi, Bahadur Shah Zafar was again started to he completely wanted to participated in the sepoys of mutiny, or we can say the first war of independence. And what about the conclusion? If I'm talking about the conclusion, so 1857 was the first sign that the Indians wanted to and British rule and were ready to stand united for this cause. Even though they failed to achieve their objectives, they succeeded in the showing the seeds of nationalism among the Indians. Fine. So we have different aspects in this slide. You can completely you can completely see what is the reason behind, what is the reason behind for the failure of the first war of independence, or we can say the sepoy of mutiny. And we are discussing about the cause, we are discussing about the succeeded and the nationalism among the Indians, because we are just looking the objectives and the succeededness of showing the seeds of nationalism among the Indians. No doubt that we are failure in the revolt, but definitely the feeling of nationalism somehow helping us after 99 years, when we are looking for 1947, or we can looking for 1942, the Quit India movement. Right. So let me describe 1857 first of all. First of all, let me describe the 1857 revolt. See, in 1857 revolt, we are discussing about what? The impact, the cause, the reason, the objectives, and the aim. Fine. what the question is exactly asked about 1857 revolt. The question is asking about the impact of the policy of the British people. Impact of the policies of the British people. Right, so impact of what? The policies, the policy of administrative and the political. Clear? So these are the important points, and what we are discussing about? We are discussing about the participation. What we are discussing about? What the question is asked about the examination. Examination of what? The question examination. So we are discussing what we are examining the question. We are examining of the question about the social, the economic, the religious, the political, and the administrative factors. Right, in society, equality, economic, the equal wages, religious, the missionaries, the looking for the conversion of the people, political, administrative, when we are looking the formation of the system by the British Crown, and imposing the heavy duties, imposing the policies, and imposing the doctrine of lapse on the different continents of the states in India, right? Different states. On the other hand, in the examination, what is important to discuss again, that we cannot leave these points, right? Examination, when we're discussing about the failure means why that in 57 is completely failure. Fine, later on we're discussing about the why we are failure, why the movement is not succeeded, by whom, right? How? We are discussing about the reasons. Fine. So what is happening actually? We are completely agreed. Right? We are discussing about the failure. Failure for why, these are the reasons. So what we are doing, what we are discussing in it, yes, we are completely agreed that we are completely failure with the revolt, or we can say the first war of independence, first war of independence, first war of independence, or we can say the Sepoy of Mutiny. Clear? We are agreed, but again in this answer writing, we are choosing both the mid path, both the paths. How? If we are failure, why we are failure, and succeeded in what? We succeeded in what? Just a minute. We are succeeded in what? In the feeling of nationalism. Right? We can say the seeds of nationalism. Right? Failure, because in India the whole country is not participated. The whole states. The whole state means We are not discussing about the Deccan, we are not discussing about the South, the Hyderabad and the rest of the countries except Awadh, Nagpur, Jhansi, Udaipur, Sambhalpur. That's it. 3, 4, we can say 5 or 6 states of the India, they are completely participating. Only 3 or 4 countries, only 3 or 4 states of the India completely they are devoted themselves because they are suffering with the imposement of the policy of doctrine of lapse. Clear everyone? But what about the rest of the country? The rest of the country, we have a very good example of Deccan, we have a very good example of Hyderabad, we have a very good example of Punjab, we have a very good example of Sindh and the South Indian section. So it is completely showing against the British policy that we don't have any feeling of a nationalism. Right, and the states like Awadh, Nagpur, Sambhalpur, Jhansi, they are completely revolted because they are completely feel themselves in the loss. Fine, because the doctrine of lapse completely imposing. ऐसा नहीं था कि इससे पहले कि नेशनलिज्म की फीलिंग की भावना हमारे अंदर नहीं जागी थी, बट लेटर ऑन व्हाई इट इज हैपनिंग एक्चुअली बिकॉज दे आर sufferers, they are become the sufferers later on. Fine, and if the whole country is completely grew up with the feeling of the nationalism, so definitely we are completely succeeded in the first war of independence, the first war of Sepoy Mutiny, right? So these are the points we can sum up. We are not put at ourselves in the debates, but on the other hand, definitely we can say the seeds of nationalism. Definitely 1757 is showing us the seeds of nationalism. It is completely awakening us against the policy of the British Crown. And later on, somehow 1857, the seeds of nationalism showing us in 1905, the Bengal of partition. And we have a very good example of 1942 or 1947 when we are looking in the leadership of Mahatma Gandhi, Quit India movement, and we have a final, we can say the freedom struggle of 1947. So the nationalism definitely worked, but why we are almost took 99 years to getting the freedom after 1857? Because if we are completely grew up with the feeling of nationalism on that time, so definitely India not going to took more of the time for the freedom. So these are the points that we want to sum up. We are not going to blame anyone that the Awadh, the Nagpur, Jhansi, they don't have any feeling of nationalism. But definitely nationalism never ever come out with individual person or individual states. It is come out with the whole participation of the people, or the whole interruption, the whole involvement or contribution of the whole country. So this is all about the session. मुझे किसी ने क्वेश्चन दिखाने के लिए बोला है. Let me show you the question. Mr. Aman. Okay. Aman, this is the question that you are asking for the explanation. I already done the question, so I will not going to explain the question one more time. Completely, if you are completely agree to go ahead with the same question, you can reverse the video later on and watch the whole session again. So let's move ahead, everyone, and we have a next session. We have a next question on Buddha's teachings. Why I'm prominently taking the Buddha's teaching? Because from last 2017 till 2021, if I'm taking all the question of UPSC in the prelims and the mains as well, numbers of the question they are asking about Buddha's philosophies, Buddha's policies, the Dhamma's policies, and somehow they started to correlating the Buddha's policy and formation with the Ashokan Empire. And so it is very important to depth analysis of the question. So the next answer writing is completely based on the Buddha's philosophy and teaching. So you can go ahead with the same question. Okay. So I would like to start the this answer writing of the question with the Aman, I'm not getting your question. Mr. Aman, answer writing practice is going on everyday basis. This is not the first day that I'm taking the session. We are taking the session from last 1 or 2 months. Right, Aman? So we have a numbers of the question we already done. And this is not only about the history section. You can see the answer writing questions on economy as well. Madam Simran Nagra taking the session. Appu sir will taking science and tech, and Sanjeev sir taking political science. So this is today Saturday, so we are just planning for a special marathon session because students is asking for the session. So if you want to watch all the session, just go ahead on the same YouTube channel, and definitely you will find out the playlist of current affairs questions, history question, political science, economy as well, and science and tech. So Aman, I hope the question is completely clear to everyone. Clear, I think, Aman, are you getting the question? I hope you're getting your answer, Aman. Now, I would like to start the session with the same quotation that you can see on the slide, everyone. As in the Buddha's teaching and the philosophy of Buddhism, as per the Mahatma Buddha, however many holy words you read, however may you speak, what good will they do you if you don't act on upon them? I can seriously connect the quotation in our daily life. It doesn't mean that how much you are reading good words, how much you are enhancing yourself internally, but it is very important to understand, and it is very important to act accordingly. Fine. So let's move ahead, everyone. Now, you can see the question on the screen, everyone. I hope my presentation is completely clear to everyone. Whatever I'm showing you on the screen. Okay. I would like to take a break for 2 minutes because the marathon is going on till 2 or 3 p.m. as well. So you can take the break for 2 minutes. If you have any queries still, if you have any question, definitely you can ask me in the comment box, everyone. मिस्टर अमन, क्वेश्चन को पहले ही दिया जाता है, ऐसा नहीं है. आई होप यू कैन वॉच द स्क्रीन एज वेल. अमन, स्क्रीन दिख रही होगी आपको, आप देख पा रहे होंगे स्क्रीन को, राइट? सो दिस इज द क्वेश्चन. I hope this question is completely visible to everyone. You can see the question, and later on, after taking the 2 minutes break, we will continue the same session, right? We are discussing everything, the approach and everything. Fine. This is the next question that you are showing on the screen is answer writing practice further. See, what the teachings of Buddhas are most relevant today? Why? So what they are asking, actually they are asking about the relevance of the Buddha's teaching. So I'll try to continue the session within 2 minutes. You can take the break for 2 minutes, right? We will come right back soon. Okay. Yes, Aman, definitely you are giving very right answer. All the Ashtangika mark or eightfold path are there, are need to be implemented. Definitely, Aman. So, in this answer writing practice, everyone, I hope my voice is completely audible, everyone. So, there was a 2 minute break actually because we are just we were already continue the session from 9 a.m. in the morning. So, definitely we are needing of a break actually. So you can see the question on the screen, everyone, and the question is completely asking about the teachings of the Buddhas. So in this session, we are try to enhance. In this session we are try to complete, and we will try to understand the teachings of the Buddha, how the Buddhism is emerging actually, how the Buddhism philosophy is working, and how Mahatma Buddha or how Mahatma Buddhas become a very prominent, we can say the Lord in the Buddhism, and how maximum moreover I can say the 3 million of the people of the whole world is completely adopted Buddhism. So what is the reason behind it, right? Okay. So, so let's begin the session, everyone. Okay. So we will try to correlate Buddhism. We will try to correlate Buddhism with the present scenario. And you know why we are correlating, because Buddhism is saying about eightfold path, as Aman is already mentioning there, Ashtangika Marg. So why we are needed to correlate Buddhism in the present scenario, or teachings of Buddhism basically. Now, approaches. When we're talking about the approach of Buddhism, right? In the question, I hope you are completely getting the question, everyone, because the question is asking about the teachings of the Buddha. So teachings of the Buddha where is completely implemented in the social. The teachings of the Buddha is completely impacted the society and the individual personality of the people. Somehow Buddhism teaching is teaching us that how we can make our life more smooth, and how we can make ourselves more intellectual in surviving for the daily life, right? Now, approaches. Start the answer by briefing discussing the main goals of the Buddhism philosophy. So, what is the Buddhism philosophy? If I am talking about the Buddhism, Buddhism is somehow a religion, right? But when we're talking about the Buddhism philosophy, it is completely reflected in a very another way, because philosophy is somehow interaction with us in a very different manner. Philosophy, it doesn't mean that it is particular philosophy of Buddhism. Is philosophy of yours, how you can spend your life, what is the principles of the life, how can you get rid of the sorrows, how can we get rid of the problems. So somehow Buddhism's philosophy is discussing about all these things. How can you meditate, how can God and energies helping us, how can you can improve or make your soul more powerful, and how can you improve yourself. So this is about all about the somehow the crux of the philosophies that we are talking about in the Buddhism philosophy. We are discussing about the human and their philosophy. Fine, everyone. So discuss the conceptual framework of the Buddhist thoughts and its relevance. Frame is what? We are living our life, right? We have almost, we are awakening, we have a surviving, we have a thought process, we have somehow positive or negative energies as well. So how we can survive with the thoughts and the relevance? What is the relevance? What is the need? What is the reasons? For example, if I am asking the question that why you get rid of your all the problems, why you want to get rid out of your all the problems, definitely we want to make your life more sorted out. If you want to make your life more relevant, definitely, and happy as well, so definitely you are looking for the we can say the relevance and the need, and that's why we are looking for the conceptual framework. That's why we are looking the 4 and 8 fold path of the Buddhism philosophy. Fine. So in this session we will try to correlate everything with 8 fold path of the Buddha, Nyaya Drishti, Nyaya Karma, and everything. Aman Singh, no need to write down the 4 ashrama, right? Because we are discussing about the philosophies, right? When we are talking about the four ashramas, is somehow completely differentiated your answer with anything else, because your ashrama is completely discussing about the social impact only. But in the philosophy, we are discussing about not only the social impact but also the individual human beings. How the Buddhism philosophy completely impacted more over 3 million of the people of the whole world. So what is the reason behind it? We are discussing of the question. So that's why I am telling you, whenever you, hello Vishal Kumar Sharma, when you are discussing about the question, it is very important to understand the approach. So what is the exact approach of the question? That I already shown you the question, everyone. So now let's move ahead. The answer writing practice. Introduction. You can see the Buddhism ultimate life goal. What is the ultimate life of the goal? When we are looking for the nirvana, when we are looking for the mukti, when we are looking for the salvation, this is the ultimate goal of the life, right? So whenever you, when we are talking about the nirvana, or we can say the mukti, the salvation, and we can say the mukti, right? So we can say the Buddhist ultimate life goal is what? The nirvana, the salvation, mukti. But how you can get the mukti? How you can get the salvation? And in the philosophy of the Buddhism, we can see the word nirvana. How can we get the nirvana in the whole life? When you completely make your soul more pure. And how you can make your soul more pure? With the help of what? With the introduction, we can say the main goal of Buddhism philosophy is to eliminate suffering or eliminate the unhappiness. How we can suffer? When we are completely not satisfy our life, when we are completely not, when our expectation are completely not up to the mark as per our need. Fine. So why we are unhappy? Because we are completely not get rid out of the problems. So as the world increasingly grows the interdependent, and it is a be best of conflicts. Why interdependent? Why interdependent? Definitely when we are discussing about the interdisciplinary approach, interconnected, interlinkage, definitely being a human, we are the social survival. We are looking for the social survival, and your social survival is never ever completed. And your social survival is never ever completed only. My voice is completely audible, everyone? Is the voice is completely audible, everyone? So, his interdisciplinary approach, I'm just talking about the social human being. We are the social human being, and we are looking at survival in the society, right? So, why we want to looking the survival of the society? Because we are completely dependent on each other. We cannot survive without society, and we cannot survive without economy. We cannot survive without administration and polity. Because for the complete survival of the human being, we are looking for the system. And systemization is very important to survival of the human beings, right? But on the other hand, definitely we can say about the human philosophy. Human philosophy somehow is completely relevant as per the eightfold of the Buddhism philosophy, when we're completely discussing about the conflicts, the elimination of the sufferings, and elimination of the unhappiness, when the expectation is completely not up to the mark as per the need, right? So that's why when the expectation is completely over ended, कि हमारी कोई expectation ही नहीं है कि हमें क्या चाहिए, right? So what we can do, we have a next solution of the nirvana, when we have a next solution of salvation, and when we have a next solution of mukti. But how can we get all these things? When we are completely reawakening ourselves, we are completely enlightening ourselves, and the path of enlightening and reawakening is not the easiest task for us. But definitely if we are following the eight path of the Buddhism philosophy, the task is completely become easier. Definitely it will take time, but we cannot say कि ये मुश्किल है, ये हो ही नहीं सकता, right? Now, so eightfold of path of Buddhism, we are discussing about different aspects of the philosophy, right? Okay. Tulsi, very good morning. Definitely, we are looking for the systemization. Systemization means what? When we are looking for the particular structure and the formation. और आपका formation and structure क्या हो सकता है जब हम बात करते हैं wisdom की? That we are looking for the desire, insightness. When we are looking for our inner peace. Meditation and awareness and experiences. Meditation is not completely, we can say, when we started to meditate, when we are looking for God by meditation, definitely it is come and it is completely improving with the help of the experience, when we are completely aware about our thoughts, right? Meditation never ever successful without with the distraction कि भैया meditate भी करो, distract भी हो रहे हैं. It is not happening actually. We are completely feel ourselves more aware. We are completely feel ourselves more awakening when we are completely focusing around thoughts, that what we are thinking, what we want to think, and what is the need of the thinking, कि हमें ज़रूरत क्या है उसकी. And ethics, when we are talking about the morality, right? When we are checking ourselves, when we are checking our thoughts, when we are checking our behavior, and actions have consequences. Definitely we have a words, if we have a plannings, if you are not taking to if we are not implemented anything, so definitely everything is going in the vain. Fine. So this is almost come outside with the help of the karmas. Karmas mean the work culture. When you started to improving yourself, when you started to work on the your work culture, karma doesn't mean that you're working or indulging yourself in the official works. It means somehow when you started to work on ourselves, when we started to work on our thoughts, your inner peace, your sufferings, your problems, and everything, I feel ethics and actions and have definitely consequences. The way we react, definitely we get the results, right? So it is very important that whatever we are reacting, it is very important to control in it. And how we can control the things? When you are completely depending yourself and completely make yourself free to achieving the eightfold path of the Buddhism. Again we are discussing about the interdisciplinary approaches of the history, refers in the use of the methods. Already I explained you about the scope of the history, that how the scope of history is working actually. When we are completely Tulsi, man wisdom को कैसे पाए, it is very important to control the thoughts actually, right? If you are not able to control the thoughts, if you are not improving your thoughts, it is very difficult to achieve the wisdom. Wisdom is completely we can say the another hand, and we can say wisdom is completely two sides of one coin, like your desires, your expectations. And it is very important to check what you need actually, what your needs, your thoughts. Fine. So let's move ahead everyone about the scope of history. As I told you that human being is a very is a social human being, and being a social human being, we have our needs. That's why we're looking for the dependency. We cannot survive our basic needs. अगर हम ये कहें कि भाई हम रोटी कपड़े मकान के बिना we can survive our life, so I think it's somehow very difficult task, right? And Buddhism never ever followed the path of the to leave everything, right? Buddhism is completely just checking our thoughts and checking everything, whatever we are living in the existing society. So what are the scope of the history when we're talking about the broadness, right? Human beings are completely related with the society. Society is completed implemented on the economy, because economy is somehow completed the basic needs and the earning facilities of the human beings. And when we are looking for the political administrative, we are looking for the systemization. In India, if we are looking for the population explosions, we have a more population, we have a more needs, we have a more medical facilities, we have a more educations, we have a more gender equality. But how the things are going to be uplifted when we are looking for the system, and how the system is completely occurring when we are looking for the good administrative and good participation of the people by using their own rights, and how the rights are coming in the awareness when they are looking their own thoughts कि voting right important है, but whom we are going to vote, it is important to check. Again, it is important to check out the thoughts, and that's why Buddhism philosophy is completely dependent on the eightfold path, that it is completely check the insightness of the human being, the desire, the expectation, the thoughts, the action, and the consequences and the results as well. Fine. Definitely, Tulsi, you can control your thoughts with the meditation, but it completely comes with the practice as well. Aman Singh, definitely meditation is the best way, but it depends, it's up to you. Meditation is only a way, right? एक जरिया है किसी चीज को अचीव करने का, but we cannot say it's a final goal. Your final aim is to achieving the nirvana. Nirvana is like a mukti or salvation. So this is the only a way that how you can achieve the nirvana. But the way you are traveling from the meditation till the time of the nirvana, it is very difficult, that the way of expression of the thoughts, the controlling of the thoughts, then you have to check everything. You have to check your actions. Fine, Aman. Now, I hope these points are totally clear to everyone. Now, let's move ahead with the next point. We can say the interdisciplinary approach. I already explained all the points, so I would like to put it the human beings in the center. Right, and then next we can say the eightfold path of Buddhism. Right, we can say the Buddhist philosophy as well. Fine, human beings are somehow completely correlated with whom? The social aspects. What we are looking in the society, being a human, if I am asking the question of you people, what you are looking in the society actually? You are looking for a good survival, you are looking for a good equal status, and you are looking for the equality, right? I feel somewhere I'm expressing your thoughts as well. And economic history, when we are looking for the survival, we are completely survival in the society if we are completely achieving our basic needs. Right, it's a difficult to live without food, without clothes, and without shelter. Now, religious history. Again, in the Buddhism philosophy, it is very important to differentiate the philosophy and the religion. Philosophy somehow is completely correlating with the religion, right? And what is religion? Religion is somehow is not connected with the Hindu, Muslim, Christianity, and Islam. It is somehow it's completely giving the teachings of the way of living of life. The way we are living our life, the way we are implementing our life, the way we are taking the actions in our life. Fine. So it is a very important to differentiation in the religious history, that we are if we are taking the religion and if we are taking the philosophy, there is differentiation with each other. How the religion is working actually? When we have a different religions, definitely if we have more religion, we have a more thoughts process, we have more philosophies. Like in the Brahmanism said no, idol worship is important, right? If I'm talking about the Sikhism, they said no, we are boycotting the idol worship. If I'm talking about Christianity, they said no, we are accepting the idol worship. If I'm talking about Buddhism, they said no, we are boycotting the idol worship. So we can say if we are more religion, definitely we have more thought process, we have more philosophies, right? But in the religious history, if I'm talking about the philosophy particularly, so definitely Buddhism have a different philosophy. We cannot correlate completely philosophy with the religion, because both have a different aspects, both have a different dimensions. Fine. So religion is what? Religion is somehow completely asking about what? Completely asking about your expectation, your actions, the way of a life. But in the philosophy, somehow completely improving the human body, the human soul, and the human mindset, improving the human thoughts as well. Now, the cultural history, if India is a more populated country, why we are needy of a culture, right? If a human being in the eightfold path of Buddhism, if I'm try to correlate with the cultural history, why we are looking for the culture? We are looking for the culture because completely we cannot surviving in the whole diverse country without a culture. Right, so what is the reason behind it? Because we are looking for the people, we are looking for the dependency. So if we have a large population, we are definitely looking for the festival, we are looking for the survival, we are looking for our celebration. So how we can survive? With the help of the culture. Why we are looking for the administrative history and the political history? As I earlier told you, in the large population explosion, we have a more population, we have a more social equalities, we have a looking for the social status, economic basic needs, we are looking for the religions, the way of living, and we have a more numerous of things, right? So definitely we are looking for the systemization, and how the systemization will come out? With the help of administrative and with the help of polity. Now the question is arising, how we can improve our systemization? Can we ensure the political and the administrative systemization completely helpful for the human beings? right? So how you can check? With the help of the awareness, that while doing the voting you have to more analysis, you have to more checking your all the thoughts, you are very much aware while using your voting rights. Definitely you can improve the system, but definitely I can ensure one thing: everything is improved, and with the gradual process you cannot improve in a very sudden way. That's why we are completely correlating the Buddhist eightfold path philosophy of our thought process, that we are looking for the expectation, right? If we have a human being, if we have a money, we have a good social status, we are looking for the good system, right? So how the good system is going to be improved? With the help of voting rights. So what is the philosophy? While doing the votes you have to check your thoughts. This is the another eightfold path philosophy of the Buddhist philosophy. Fine. So it is very important. And again, what the question is demanding you? The question is demanding you how we can correlate the Buddhist philosophy with the present scenario, right? So what is the need of the present scenario? In the present scenario, we have a difference of the problems. We have a numerous of the problems. We cannot, we don't have any few problems. Definitely the social, economic, cultural, political, administrative problems. These are the old problems. These are not the प्रेजेंट सिनेरियो 21st सेंचुरी की भाई हम इसके बारे में नए तरीके से कुछ बात करें, ऐसा नहीं है. दिस आर ऑलरेडी इज गोइंग ऑन इन द प्रोसेस, बट इन द प्रेजेंट सिनेरियो व्हाट वी नीडेड एक्चुअली, वी आर लुकिंग फॉर द मेंटल पीस, वी आर लुकिंग फॉर द टाइम, we are looking for the action, we are looking for the implementation, we are looking for the consequences, that what are the consequences we are taking from our actions. Definitely it will become on the right way, right? So how we can make the eightfold of Buddhism in the present scenario, when we are looking ourselves, when we are looking for our action, and how we can improve ourselves, how can we improve our soul, it is completely based on it. Fine. I hope this is completely clear to everyone. Yeah. Yes, Aman, definitely. More religious, more philosophies, and more diversity in culture. Definitely. Now, let's move ahead with the next slide, everyone. The spread of Buddhism, right? The spread of Buddhism. While discussing the philosophy of Buddhism, it is very important to discuss about the spread of Buddhism, right? How the spread of Buddhism is occurring day to day life, and how we can correlate Buddhism philosophy in a present scenario. You can see the slide on the screen, everyone. Unlike Hinduism, which largely remained an Indian religion, Buddhism separate into other parts of the world today. Right, world today means we have a very good example of Tibetan cultures. We have a very good example of a Buddhism Dharma Guru Dalai Lama, that we are celebrating 199th birth anniversary of Dalai Lama in these days, before 15 or 20 days ago. We have a Tibet, we have a Java, we have a Sumatra, we have a Indonesia, we have a Malaysia, we have a numbers of the we can say Nepal as well, Bhutan as well. We have a numerous of the states in neighboring countries of the India, and in the world the people are adopting Buddhism, right? So this is the worldwide philosophy of Buddhism. We cannot consolidate it, we cannot mark a question, we cannot end up the Buddhism ki bhai ye to India ka part hai, so why we are going to exaggerating or explaining everything. Now we can definitely say that Buddhism philosophy is completely implemented in the world philosophy, that it is completely accepted by the world, right? More than the 35 million of the people are Buddhist. Most of them concentrated in Asia, and relatively few people in India in Buddhism today, right? So we can definitely see that 3 million of the people, we can say 3.5 of the million of the people completely accepted the philosophy of Buddhism. So what is the reason behind it? What is the speciality of the philosophy of the Buddhism? Let me discuss. Buddhism community in India grew throughout the Buddha's life, right? Number one, we cannot forget about the Lumbini, we cannot forget about Pawapuri, we cannot forget about Vaishali, Rajgiriya, we have numerous of the states in the India where Buddhism philosophy is separating exactly. Presently in Bihar and your Patna state. Followers separate teachings after Buddhas, that definitely we have a very good example of Sutta Pitaka and Vinaya Pitaka, where completely Buddhism philosophy is separated, where Buddhism is talking about the equality. And the principles of the Buddhism is what? When we are looking for the separateness and the positive attitude of the people and controlling of the thoughts. We have our next example about the teachings not written down until the 1st century helped preserve separate teachings throughout India. In the next slide, we are discussing about the Buddhist councils as well. And Ashoka's encouraged about the, we can say the missionaries to carry out the Buddhist message. And Ashoka, why we are completely related with Ashoka? Because Buddhism reached peak in India during the reign of Emperor of Ashoka. And somehow Ashoka became Buddhist, helped separate Buddhism into all parts of India, right? And if I'm talking about Ashoka's, yeah, we can say about the Mauryan Empire. Again, I'm telling you, Ashoka never ever said that I'm accepting Buddhism. Ashoka never ever accepted the philosophy of Buddhism. Sorry, the religion of Buddhism, that I'm a Buddhist monk. Ashoka never ever said. Now, if I'm talking about the philosophy have really no foundation. If you are belonging from any of the religion, if I'm said ki Buddhism philosophy is completely talking about the equality, that human being is the humanity or the right action of the human being is above from everything, above from the religion. So how we can correlate everything? You can definitely correlate everything with whom? You can correlate everything with the enrichment of the philosophical achievement and the acceptance of the achievement. And how the acceptance of the achievement is occurring actually? The acceptance of the achievement is occurring actually when you completely accepted the philosophy of Buddhism, the right fold, the right path, right? Now, in one point I would like to discuss here about the Ashoka's empire, about the Buddhism philosophy. Buddhism philosophy is important for us as per the need of the Mauryan Empire, because somehow Ashoka is completely left the wars, the battle after Kalinga war. So somehow he is looking for the peace. And when we are talking about the definition of the philosophies of the Buddhism, it is completely correlated about the acceptance of everything. When we are looking everyone equally, right? So we have a very good example of Ashoka's Brahmini script. We have Aramaic languages, we have a Pali, we have a Prakritic languages, we have examples like Shahbaz Gadi in Western Afghanistan. So we can say Buddhism is not bounded till the boundaries or with the subcontinents of the Indian parts. We have a very good example of Western Afghanistan, we have a Tajikistan, we have a Bhutan, Nepal, Java, Indonesia. We have numerous of the countries in states in India, and the numerous of the countries in the world, where we can definitely say moreover 3.5 of the millions of the people completely accepted what? The Buddhism philosophy and the Buddhism religion as well, right? Now, what about the body? When we are looking for the answer writing and we are talking about the body, but the relevant point we are choosing while writing down all the answer writing specifically for Buddhism philosophy, they said conceptual framework of Buddhism thoughts and its relevance, right? It is very important to understand the framework. Framework what? We are putted human beings in the centers. We are looking for what? Their actions, their needs, and their implementation, their consequences, and their results. These are the framework, right? When we are not expecting anything, when we are looking our thoughts, when we are looking our actions, when we are looking our karmas. He said it's the relevance. What are the relevance? Let me correlate every point with the present scenario. In present scenario, 21st century, it is important to understand the actions. What are we doing actually? We have a lots of expectation that we are qualifying UPSC, we are qualifying mains, later on we are qualifying the interview and we will become the part of the administrative system, right? But it is very important to do as per the thought of the Buddhism, as per the relevance of the present scenario. It is a very important to work on the actions and how the action is going on. When you are looking your action, that whatever you are looking is completely positive or not. Now, what about the need? What about to check the need of the actions? राइट एक्शंस को चेक करने की जरूरत क्यों है, नीड क्यों है? व्हेन वी आर लुकिंग फॉर द नीड, सो दैट वी हैव टू इम्प्रूव आवर प्रेजेंट टाइम, वी हैव टू इम्प्रूव आवर प्रेजेंट आवर, वी हैव टू इम्प्रूव आवर प्रेजेंट एक्शन, that whatever the action we are taking already is going to be up to the mark as per the need or not. Now what is the importance? So that what is the important to take the good action and what is the need to take the good action? When we are looking for the importance, what are the importance actually? Importance means so that we have very much aware about everything, that what we are getting the fruitfulness, what are the results and what are the outputs with our actions. When we are looking for the consequences, definitely if we have actions, definitely if we have a implementations, definitely if we have a need and importance, definitely we are looking for the consequences. Now it is completely dependent on your actions and your consequences. If your action is completely up to the mark as per the need of the demand or as per the need of your own self, definitely the consequences is completely going to be up to the mark. Definitely the consequences is completely positively implemented. But definitely if the action is completely not up to the mark, definitely if the action is completely not benefited you, the consequence is completely negative, right? And what about the results? It's obviously if the action is not up to the mark, the need is not up to the mark, and as the expectation what are you looking for your action is not up to the mark, because you are not going to hard work, you are not going to do the smart work as per the need or as per the need of the eightfold path of the Buddhism. Clear everyone? So what about the result of it? Result means when you are looking for the output, the whole looking for the framework, right? Your whole day, your whole life, what are you doing? It is very important to check the actions. Whatever we are doing, it is important to check the actions, what we want to do, what we are doing actually, and what is the need and what is the importance and what is the consequences of our action, right? And consequences, somehow Buddhism said if you want to improve your consequences, if you want to improve your actions, and as per the Buddhism philosophy, if you really want to improve your results, it is important to check the thoughts and it is very important to check the actions, because your thoughts sometimes, and definitely I think sometimes not, your thoughts completely we can say hit your actions. Whatever you thinking, the way you are doing the things. Fine. Now four noble truth of set out of the path of an individual's and enlightenment. Enlightenment means what? When we are looking for the reawakening, when we are looking for the gyan, when we are looking for the knowledge, when we are looking for the grasping of the understanding of ourselves, right? And these four noble truths are as follows. What are these four path of the following? Number one, when we are looking at truth of the sufferings, when we are looking for our sorrows, when we are looking for our actions are not up to the mark, when the expectation is completely not up to the mark, definitely it become the cause of the sufferings later on. Fine. Find cause of suffering. What are the reason? What are the reasons? For example, I have a expectation that I want to qualify UPSC, right? For example, I was not able to qualify the UPSC. So what are the sufferings? My big suffering is that I was not able to qualifying the UPSC. While I'm expecting very much things, I'm definitely did hard work. So what is the action is coming out that I was failed. So this is a completely a suffering, right? What about the cause and the reasons, the sufferings? Because I'm not doing my hard work in the right way, definitely. Number three, that's the solution for the suffering. Now, I was failed to qualify the UPSC, I cannot change the truth. This is the reality, right? So what is the solution of the sufferings? But this is the solution of the sufferings when you are completely concentrating yourself or completely trying to try to enlighten yourself that you are going to reappear in the UPSC, and you are doing your hard efforts and you are going to do your best again. Now, implement right action. It is a very important task, I can say. It is not completely implemented while doing anything. It is completely implemented in the daily basis of the life. If I want to really improve yourself, definitely you are looking for your rightness of the action. From the beginning of the time, you are not going to reach on the right track. Later on, you are expecting very much things, so it's not completely up to the mark, that whatever you expecting is completely going to be up to the mark as per your need. Fine. So implementing of the action means when we are looking for the output, when we are looking for the results, it is completely correlated with everything, right? It's completely correlated with your daily human being's life. Just a minute. Now, truth of the dukkhas, we can say the survival, we can say the sufferings, we can say the sufferings. Fine. According to the Buddhas, all sources of the happiness are transit. Any feeling happiness is accompanied by dissatisfactions. Right? What we said, that we have expectation. We have expectations, right? We have expectations. Then what? How we can survive? We can survive if our expectation not up to the mark. It come out with the sufferings, right? And the suffering is what is completely output the dissatisfaction. Dissatisfaction with what? With our action, with our karmas, with our implementation, with our results. Fine. That say there is a need to look for happiness in external things rather than in our internal feelings and attitudes. He said happiness is definitely come out, but how happiness is come out? The happiness is come out when you are looking your actions, when you are looking with your implementations of your actions, right? When you are looking your thoughts, when you are completely when you start to work on your inner peace, right? Inner will, right? Internal feeling and attitudes is completely talking about the soul, that everything is not going to giving you happiness. So it is your work that how you can find your happiness. If you want to find out your happiness in materialistic things, for example, if you're getting laptops, you can getting phones, you can getting good pens. You said, no, I have a very good pen. So later on when I'll get a good pen or good laptop, definitely I'll show you my happiness. It doesn't mean that happiness is overcome with you. It means that your inner peace is completely satisfy your materialistic things, but not your spiritual thing. And Buddhism Eightfold Path is discussing about what? It is discussing about your internal feelings and happiness, right? And it is completely discussing about the purity of your soulness, how you can impure yourself, how you can improve yourself. Definitely you can pure yourself with your soul, but if you are completely focusing on your thoughts and your actions. Now, this doctrine means the principles. Buddhism is relevant in the light of increasing what? Materialism and consumerism in the society. It is showing something, you can say, what is the meaning of the materialism? When we have a materialistic things, right? We have a pen, we have a house, we have a money, we have a car, we have a success. This is a materialistic thing. Means these are not permanent. Your success is not permanent. Definitely, if you are successful today, definitely you're gonna be failed later on 2 years, 3 years, or maybe 10 years, maybe 20 years, right? Now, the consumerism is what? When we're looking for the consumption. That if I have a car, definitely I am a consumer and I'm just consuming everything. Why you are consuming? Because you are looking for your happiness. But again, consuming of anything is not permanent, right? If you are eating anything in the morning, definitely you are looking for a food at afternoon, and if you are eating anything in the afternoon, definitely you are looking for food at the night, right? Consume is to do anything is not your permanent, right? Like hunger is not the permanent thing. Your success, your happiness, your again the sorrows and your suffering is also not a permanent, right? So it is very important, playing a very important role in the society. Fine, let's move ahead. The truth of the origin of the dukkha. Again, we are earlier we are taking the definition of the dukkhas. Now these are the definition of anything. These are the definition of the truth of the origin of the dukkhas. How the dukkhas are completely origination. How it is completely emerging. Right? The truth of the origin of the dukkha. The origin of the dukkha is traced to craving condition of the ignorance. And how the ignorance is coming out? Ignorance implies misunderstanding of the self and the reality. Ignorance implies and the misunderstanding of the self and the reality. And how the ignorance implies the misunderstanding of the self and reality? When you completely avoiding the misunderstanding, when you completely put it yourself on the reality. This can find relevance in the developed countries ignoring climate change and its impact, which will affect whole humankind in the medium of long term. For example, we have a very good example of COVID-19, right? We have a very good example of a COVID-19. COVID-19, you can completely correlated COVID-19 with your all the sufferings. ठीक है, COVID-19 completely, if we are talking about COVID-19, many of the people lost their own beloved, their own family members, definitely. So it means what? It is very important to ignore the your dukhas, your sufferings. And the climate change is what? Climate is changes is definitely is happening when you completely losing your climate. जब आप उसको नुकसान पहुंचाते हैं तभी वो चीजें आपको नुकसान पहुंचाती हैं. It means this is somehow the importance of your karma and affect the whole humankind in the medium to long term. So how the humankind is working actually? When you're talking about the prosperity, when you're talking about what? When you're talking about the humanity, that humanity is above from religion, right? And what about the humanity? When you're looking for the social and the social and your we can say the purification of the karmas, right? 9. Now the truth of the sensation of the dukhas. What is the reason behind it? When we're talking about the reason, we can say the factors as well, right? So sensation of dukha, we can say sensation of dukha is the objective of Buddhism spiritual practices, right? Now the spiritual practice, and what is the spiritual practice? We can say spiritual practice is what? We can say the yoga, we can say the karma, we can say the meditation, right? It means anything whatever you are following is completely connected your thoughts with the God, the energy, the purification of the soul. And Buddhism lays down the special emphasis on the meditation, which is an activity of training. And what is the activity of the training? Your activity of the training, when you completely trained yourself that you are not going to find out your happiness in the materialistic and consumerization. You are completely finding your happiness, and activity of training is completely implemented with the improving of the thoughts. Now, we are discussing about the develop more beneficial attitudes towards life. Right, and meditation can help people to deal with the increasing mental disorders in the age of the smartphones and the lead of the moral and mental self-improvement. So in this question, completely we are asking about the Buddhism philosophy, with whom we are try to connect with just a minute. Right, Buddhism philosophy with whom we are trying to connect with our present time. And what is the we can say the scene of the present time of the with the philosophy of the human beings, when we are completely indulging ourselves for wasting of the time, or sometimes we are using our smartphones, and sometimes we are when we are completely indulging ourselves to finding the happiness in the materialistic things, right? नहीं अमन, I don't think so that elaborating all these points can exceed your word limit, right? Now the next thing, the truth of the path leading to the sensation of the dukha, right? So we have a 8-fold of a path. What we are doing, right? Just a minute. When we are looking right understanding and right thought, when you are understanding with anything is good, you are understanding with human to human, you are understanding with your work, you are understanding with your family, you are understanding with the world, and you are understanding with yourself, right? Now right thought means what? When you are checking your thoughts, whatever you are thinking right now, it is important to check whatever you are thinking is completely up to the mark or not, right? Now right speech and right action. What is your right speech? Your right speech means the way you are speaking is up to the mark or relevant or not, clear? And right action is what? Whatever the action you are taking is up to the mark or not. Fine. Right livelihood, the basic needs, the clothes, the food and the shelter. And the livelihood, whatever you are earning for your survival, the sources of the earning of your survival is completely up to the mark or not. And right effort, right? For example, if you are preparing for the UPSC, definitely you are putting your hard efforts for the preparation, your completion of the syllabus, your completion of the hard work, completion of the learning, gaining of the knowledge. It means you are mentally put your hard efforts, you are putting your more efforts, right? But definitely it is very important to ensure yourself if you are going to be succeeded, right? And if you are going to failure, the both the things are completely implemented on your efforts, the efforts you are taking, the efforts you are completely implemented. Right mindfulness, right mindfulness means that when you are looking for the calmness of your mind, the peace of the mind, and your mind is completely going to be calm as well as peaceful when your action, your thoughts, your livelihood and sources of the effort is completely coming from the right sources. And the right concentration, it means concentration is somehow discussing about the consequences, and we can say the spiritual concentration. Concentration doesn't mean that you started to meditating, right? It means only concentration means what the why we are discussing in the last points. Concentration is mean it is important to check the thoughts, whatever you thinking is completely up to the mark or not, the right action you are taking is completely up to the mark or not, livelihood that you are going is completely to up to the mark or not, right? Right speech, abstaining from the telling lies and speaking deceitfully. And this can be applied, tackle increasingly the speech and the glowing intolerance. Definitely, if you are not going to spending your life by the given or mentioning points, if you are not taking your thoughts, not taking the right action, your livelihood, efforts, mindfulness, concentration, definitely are going to survive. But how you can how you can minimize your surviving, but when only when you are completely focusing yourself on the thought process, whatever you are thinking, whatever you are doing is completely up to the mark. The next point on the screen, everyone, you can see after the understanding the philosophy of the eightfold path of the Buddhism, right livelihood implies that one should follow righteous mean of earning wealth. Right, earning wealth of means what? Earning wealth of means the source, the way you are earning the money is completely the right way or is completely up to the mark. Fine. And this finds relevance in growing inequalities and corruption in the economic sphere. And how the inequality is coming on? Inequality is only coming on when you started to discriminate the people. And as per the philosophy of Buddhism, he completely boycotted the inequalities. Right? And why he completely boycotted the inequalities? He completely boycotted the inequalities because according to the Buddhism philosophy, we can say definitely Buddhism is completely looking everyone on the same eye, and according to the Buddhism philosophy, humanity is above from the religion. Right? Now, corruption in the economic sphere and right effort. What we said, the right livelihood, and what we said, the right efforts. Right efforts means what? The action you are taking. Right efforts can lead to self-discipline, the honesty and artisanship and compassion with which tackle ongoing society decay. Right? It means we are looking for the right effort. The right effort means the work you are doing, the action you are taking, the action you are implemented, and later on, which is very important, the your effort means what is the output or what is the result, or we can say the consequences as well. Fine. I hope these points are completely clear to everyone. Now, conclusion. The whole chapter we can say concluded in a very few lines. The relevance of the Buddhism. The relevance, we can say the conclusion. Conclusion means what? What we understand. The outcome, we can say. On the another way, we can say the result. Right? What we can say? The result. Okay. Just a minute. the relevance, we can say the relevance. Okay. Now, the relevance, we are talking about the relevance of the conclusion. The relevance of Buddhism can be traced from the words of the Dalai Lama. Dalai Lama, the Dharma Guru of Buddhism, Buddhist monk, right, and who stated that in the 20th century on of war and violence. 20th century was a war and a violence. Why war? Because in the 20th century we have a very good example of 1940, first war of independence, World War One, and 1935 we have a World War Two. Later on we have a destroyness of USSR, right? We have a famine also, we have a freedom fighters, we have a freedom struggles as well. Now, work of a humanity to ensure the 21st century goes on the way of peace and dialogues. According to the Dalai Lama, Dalai Lama completely tried to differentiation the era of 20th century and the era of 21st century with each other. As per the question conclusion, according to the Dalai Lama, definitely there is a problems in the society. We have to improve our actions, we have to improve our karmas, we have to improve our spiritual life, and it is very important to check the actions and check the thoughts, right? But as per the need and as per the discussion and as per the conclusion of the Dalai Lama words, he again said that 20th century was the period when we are looking for the war and the war against the humanity. But if we really want to improve our 21st century, if you really want to improve your first century era, definitely where you have to work, you have to work on your actions, you have to work on karma, you have to work on your vision, you have to work on output, your consequences, your results, right? Because when you start to work on your actions, your karma, your visions, definitely you have to work, you have to improve slowly yourself, right? I hope this is completely clear to everyone. For in the we can say in the philosophy of Buddhism, we have numerous of the examples, but I would like to mention in Eightfold Patha, philosophy of Buddhism, we are looking for the right vision, we are looking for the right action, right? We are looking for the right, we can say the action, which is very vision, action, and your karmas, your work, we can say. Very important, the thoughts, right? The action we are implemented, right? It's number 5. Number 6, the consequences. Number 7, the spiritual life of the human being and the humanity or humankind, we can say, right? Consequences, we can say the output or we can say the result as well. So we have a more 8 part countries and laws of humanity in the people. We need to follow the principles of Buddhism. Aman, definitely you can say, can conclude we like in current scenario with the growing tension between the countries and the laws of humanity in the people, we need to follow the principles of Buddha. Aman, definitely you can try to correct your the last line. You are asking about the humanity in the people. We need to follow. No, you cannot force to anyone to follow the Buddhism philosophy, right? You can say the Buddhism philosophy definitely definitely defining the designation of the humankind or the designation of the human beings, because as per the Buddhism philosophy, humanity is above from the religion. Humanity is above from everything. So it is very important to follow the philosophy of mankind, the philosophy of humanity. Right, Aman? बिकॉज इफ यू आर टॉकिंग, इफ यू आर डिस्कसिंग अबाउट द लाइन्स कि भाई ये तो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट ही हो गया कि बुद्धिज्म को फॉलो ही करना है, तो ये नहीं होगा. You cannot force anyone to accept the any of the philosophies, because in India we have a diverse country, we have a numbers of the religion, we have a numbers of the philosophies. Or if I'm talking about Buddhism as well, Aman, so in Buddhism we have a lots of contradiction, right? If I'm talking about the different sects of the Buddhism, we have a different religion as well. So Shvetambara, Digambara, somehow if you have, and Mahayana, Hinayana, and Buddhism and Jainism as well, we have a different philosophies, but we have different differentiation itself in the Buddhism, right? So how we can correlate and how can we ensure that we must following the Buddhism philosophy? Might be I'm completely accepted the Buddhism philosophy, might be you are not completely accepted the Buddhism philosophy. So how it is possible? So in the conclusion, you can definitely say that definitely you can give the name of the Dalai Lama as well if you are needed. If you are not interested to give the name of the Dalai Lama, you can simply say that Buddhism philosophy is somehow discussing about the humanity or mankind and the improvement of our self, improvement of inner will, or checking the thoughts as well. So in the present scenario, we are completely, if you really want to get rid of any problem, of every problem of or any actions which is not up to the mark as per our need, so completely we have to following the Buddhism philosophy, because Buddhism philosophy is completely discussing about the understanding of our will, right? ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है कि अगर आप खुद को ही समझ नहीं पा रहे हैं तो हाउ कैन यू नो सेपरेट योर मैसेज टू एवरीवन. It is very important to discussing about the humanity, because as per the religion of the Buddhism philosophy, humanity is above from the religion. As per the Buddhism philosophy, humanity is above from the religion, right, Aman? I hope this is completely okay. This is completely up to the mark answer that I am expressing earlier, Aman. If you have any question and any doubt, so definitely you can ask me now. Okay, let's move ahead about the next movement. This is present moment. We already done about industrial revolution. We done about the Buddhism philosophy and the third 1857 as well. This is the different philosophy about present moment. Philosophy कह रही हूँ. This is the different present moment. Moment we can say. Okay. Okay. Okay, Aman. Now, present movement, numbers of the time that I told you that a movement is never ever occurring just because of one person. We have a numbers of the factors, we have a numbers of the reason behind it, right? So in the present moment, we are just going to discuss about that factors, the reasons, and everything what is happening in the time of the 19th century or on the time of a national movement, what is going on actually. So we are just going to discuss everything. Fine. Now, we have a question on the screen, everyone. I hope this question is completely, visible to everyone. My voice is completely audible to everyone. Sharma ji Charan Sparsh. Now, you can see the question on the screen, everyone. This question is completely, don't forget to like the session, everyone. The students are looking, in front of me, and the students are existing in the class. Please don't forget to like the session, everyone. Now, this was a paradigm shift. Definitely, in this question, we will try to find out the keywords first of all, right? And the question is asking about the elucidate, yani explanation. There was a paradigm shift in the characteristics and the social impact of the present moment in the 20th century as compared to the 19th century. It means we are discussing about what? We are discussing about the shift. Let me start from the beginning, everyone. we are discussing and we are just going to start the session by choosing the different first of all the key points. We are discussing about first of all the paradigm shift, number one. Later on we are discussing about the social impact. Why social impact? Because the peasants in the society, the peasants in any of the country is the primarily, or we can say the initial part of the society. So we are discussing about the social impact. Number two, this is about the peasant movement. Number three, we can say. Number four, they are comparing the 19th century and the 20th century. So we are taking in this question, which is asking about the explanation, we are taking 4 key points in the question, and we are trying to sum up our question by surrounding or using the 4 key points. Now, the question is asking about what? The question is asking about your social impact. Peasant movement. They are asking about the peasant movement, their social impact. Right, social impact. And what they are asking about the development. Development in one, in 19th century and in the 20th century. And what they are asking in it? They are asking about the shift. Shift in what? In 19th century and in 20th century. Right, everyone? I hope this is completely clear to everyone. Present moment, the social impact, the development in 19th and 20th century, shift they are asking about, the comparison, the shift. Now, peasant movement. Peasant movement is asking about the social movement and why, when it is happened actually in 19th to 20th century. 19th to 20th century. Now, peasant movement is a social movement and involved with the agricultural policy. Right? Agriculture policy is what? The policy which is formed by, the policy is formed by whom? By the British Crown. The peasant movement have a long history. The long history that can be traced to the numerous peasants uprising occurred in various regions of the world throughout the human history. Right? What they said? We have a long history. We said ki peasant movement is completely peasants. We can say peasants or we can say agriculture. I don't think so there is a need of the explanation, or I don't think so there is any need of the to explaining the correlation of peasants and with the agriculture. We cannot imagine agriculture without peasant class. We cannot imagine peasant class without agriculture. So they are definitely two sides of a one coin. Fine. Later on they said ki long history. How long history? Agriculture from the beginning of the time, if I'm talking about 5,000 years ago back, right? Agriculture is not the beginning, not started from day or the day before. It is almost the old history of moreover 5,000 to 10,000 years ago. Right, everyone? Now, peasant uprising. Uprising means what? When we're discussing about the movement. When we're discussing about the movement, right? And why the movement is uprising actually? When we are not completely satisfied. When we are completely not satisfied. Right? When we are completely not satisfied. Now, various reasons of the world throughout the human history and how the human history is working actually. We are discussing about the modern history. Sorry, not about the modern history. Human history from the time of the 10,000 to 5,000 to 10,000, the old history. that the peasant uprising may be uplifted in 19th or 20th century. But if I am talking about the 19th or 20th century time phase, the history is not uprising day before or the later day before. Right? This is the history that is beginning from the long past time. Fine. So human history means when we are talking about the evaluation of the history, Australopithecus, we have a Homo erectus, Homo habilis, Homo sapiens, Homo sapiens sapiens. Right? So we are talking about the modern human being. From the, this is the history not about 5,000 and 10,000 history, old history of agriculture. If I am talking about the present scenario, 21st century, or more of the population, moreover 65% of the population still dependent on the agriculture. That's why India somehow considering as a mixed economy, where people are completely indulging themselves, not only agriculture, in the business class or in the trading class, right? That's why we are somehow completely said that's why happening. The people are belonging from different part and they are completely existing themselves from different areas. Clear, everyone? Now, so we have a key points. That's why movement, and why the movement is uprising when we are completely not satisfied. And why we are not satisfied? We are not satisfied because of the British policies, British Crown policies, because the policies are not completely up to the mark as per the need of the peasantry class. When you are completely put at the heavy duties taxation on the lands, and the land revenues and the land revenue taxation completely uprising or arising day to day on the time of the 19th or 20th century. So we are just going to sum up the whole lecture in the next slide. What are the approaches we are choosing while doing all these things, while understanding the peasants movement? Okay. Now, what about the approach? Given the introduction of the condition causing the peasant movement, condition means what? Definitely, if you are imposing heavy taxation or heavy duties on the peasantry class, definitely the satisfaction of the peasantry class not up to the mark. They are definitely looking for the movement, right? And in the 19th and the 20th century, describe the characterization of the 19th or the centuries, or in the 20th centuries, peasant movement somehow is completely, describe the characteristics of the 19th century in the peasant movement. When we have a permanent settlement, we have a Raithwari system, we have a Mahalwari system, and we have a heavy duty imposement by the British Crown, British administrative policies. Shown the contrast in the nature of the 20th century in the peasant movement. So what are the contrasts? In the 20th century, we cannot forget about the national movement leader Mahatma Gandhi, arrival of Mahatma Gandhi in 1914. And we have a very good example of a Kheda, we have a very good example of Ahmedabad, and we have a very good example of a Champaran as well, where Mahatma Gandhi completely adopting the suggestion of the peasantry class, and he completely favoring of the peasantry class and started to targeting the British policies and British Crown because they are increasing the heavy taxation on the lands day to day, and they're just looking for the commercial crops. Because the time of the 19th and the 20th century in the Indian context, if we are looking for the revolutions, we are looking for the movements. But on the another hand, if I'm looking for the European context, definitely people are looking for the industrial revolution, the developments. So why we are put at the heavy taxation on the lands? Because they are wanted the more benefits of the lands, so that they are completely we can say investing the money on the different way, or we can say that investing the money on the different part. Different part means when we are looking for their own benefits, right? Now, introduction. Throughout the 19th century, the British Empire was consolidating its rule in India through exploitative economic and land revenue policies, right? What they are saying, consolidations, right? The British Empire was consolidating its rule in India. What is the consolidation of the rules? When we are completely exploiting the economic, the social, the cultural, the religious history, right? And peasants were among the worst sufferers. And why the peasants become the worst sufferers of the British rule? However, peasants resist the exploitation and started to organize collective protest and move against the policies. And move against the policies means what? When we started to protest against what? With the heavy taxation, with the heavy duty imposement. So we have a very good example of Kheda. We have a very good example of Ahmedabad. Sorry. Right? We have a very good example of Champaran. Before, we have a very good part of a Indigo Revolt. Right? We have a Deccan riots. We have a riots means RIOTS. Means riots means when the people are not completely accepted the British exploitation policies. Fine. Before that, in the 19th century, we cannot forget the heavy taxation on the revenues. That we have a we have a permanent settlement by Lord Cornwallis in 1793. Right, we have a Raithbari system and we have a Mehelwari system. In permanent settlement, we are looking for the participation or the indulgence of the Zamindari class. In the Mehelwari system, when we are looking for the group of the villages, and in the Raithbari system, when we are looking the direct interlinkages and the interconnection with the British with the peasantry class. So there is a we can say the correlation in the 19th century, in the 20th century. Fine. In this session, we are going to now discussing about the scope of history. So what is the scope of history? When we are discussing about the broadness and the perspective, how much your broadness and the perspective of anything is gonna be expanded. Fine. So interdisciplinary studies की मैं अगर मैं बात करूँ यहाँ पर, Aman, definitely we have indigo revolt as well. Indigo, why indigo revolt? Because indigo is somehow very commercial crops, and in India we don't have any concept of a artificial indigo, right? So that's why Britishers somehow exporting or importing the indigo, not only from the Indian countries but as well as from the world scenario. We have a China, we have a, we can say France, we have a Belgium, we have a numerous of the countries. And indigo, why indigo has become problematic scenario for the peasantry class? Because just because of the production of the indigo, the fertility of the land is gonna be completely decreasing. You cannot grow anything else on the same land. That's why they're completely revolted, or we can say they are completely fire back to the British policies, that they are not going to produce, or they are not going to grow up the commercial crops like indigo and the cotton as well. Fine. Now, so interdisciplinary approach, we are looking for a peasantry movement. We can say the peasant movement or peasantry movement. And here we are looking the shift between 19th and the 20th century. We are looking the shift in the 19th and the 20th century. Fine. So what we are doing actually, we are looking for the social history, that how the peasantry movement completely impacted with the social history, right? Right, social history. Why? Because we are looking for the equality. How equality? Because we are looking for the social status, and for the peasants class, for the zamindari class, and for the kisan, or we can say the peasants, how we can standardization the social status? Definitely the social status is completely uplifted with the help of the land of peace. कि भाई उसके लिए तो उसका जमीन ही सब कुछ है ना, उसका तो ईगो ही सब कुछ उसके लिए है. Exactly, Aman. Right. And why the economic history? Peasant movement uprising. Peasant movement uprising, because economic history somehow is looking for the differentiation. Differentiation is what? When we have economic history, we have a permanent settlement, we have a Raithbari settlement, and we have a Mehelwari system. And later on, we have a Ahmedabad, we have a Champaran, and we have a different movements, just because of economic history, because somehow Britishers completely imposing the heavy taxation on the lands. Right, and whenever the peasantry class, when they were not able to pay the taxation on the time or during the sunset, definitely the lands is completely captured by the Britishers and they are become totally landless. And the peasantry class, who are completely consider themselves earlier that they are the completely owner of the land, they are become the laborer of the land. So this is complete the shift. This is completely a shift, right? and later on I'll try to introduce the shift between 19th and 20th century as well. And religious history is what? Religious history means when we are completely not taking the equal status in the religious perspectives. And cultural history, again diversity. And administrative and political history, in 19th and 20th century we cannot blame to peasantry class that they are not improving the system, because the administrative and the political history, this system is completely handed over to the British Crown or the British policies, and the administrative and the political history is completely in the flow, or we can say is completely grew up with the help of the, or we can say the only the policies implemented by the British Crown or British era, British policies. Fine. Next point we have बॉडी में हम बात करेंगे मिड बॉडी. दिस इज द मिड बॉडी. मिड बॉडी characteristics of 19th century and present moment, right? What are the characteristics in the 19th century? One important point which you would like to put it here, in 19th century in the European country, in the European countries, we have a what? We have an industrial revolution. We have a industrial revolution, right? Where? In the European countries, right? And who captured the India? East India Company, or we can say the British Crown as well. Right? And what is the main aim to exploiting the peasantry class, if I'm talking about the characteristics? Exactly, Aman. Now the 19th century time phase, if I'm talking about characteristics of the 19th century peasantry class, this is the characterization. This is the characterization of the 19th century. What the Britishers are looking actually. What are the Britishers, what they needed? The agriculture, the high agriculture production. The high agriculture production, right? And production is what? For commercial crops. Commercial crops what? We are talking about indigo, talking about cotton, right? We are talking about sugarcane, ganna, right? So these are the examples. Why they are somehow, we can say completely pressurizing the Indian peasantry class to grow up all these things, because somehow they are completely grow up the industrialization in the European countries, and because somehow the raw material, just a minute, the raw material the raw material they are getting from the Indian agriculture, right? They are investing all the raw materials into the final goods, where they are investing in the 19th century European countries, where already industrial revolution is going on, right? Arvind, very good afternoon. Right, so I hope you can correlate the points that European countries in 19th century uprising of industrial revolution, and in the 19th century when the British Crown or the British policies completely exploited the economic policies like land revenue, the heavy taxation on the lands is completely uprising. Why it is happen actually? Because British policies, as per the British policies, as per the need of the British people, they are looking for a more raw material into good in final goods, and they are somehow exporting or importing the commercial crops, indigo, cotton, tea, sugarcane. They are somehow exporting or importing in European countries for the industry, in the industries where the raw materials completely making their final goods later on. Fine. So we have a numbers of the examples of it. Now, immediate objectives. Let me discuss one more thing, everyone, which is very important to discuss here actually. Okay. Immediate objectives, right? It was not the objective of the movement to end the system of subordination or exploitation of the peasants, right? And the demands were centered almost wholly of the economic issues. And what are the economic issues when you are looking? What are the economic issues when you are looking for the heavy taxation? On the lands, right? And the struggle were directed towards the specific and limited. Specific means limited, it will become limited objectives and readdressal of the particular grievances, right? And the movements of the peasantry class movements, the indigo movements, the satyagraha like Kheda, the Champaran and the Ahmedabad, right, were directed against the foreign planters and indigenous zamindars and the moneylenders, right? Why they are against it? Because zamindars and moneylenders directly playing the role to somehow exploiting the peasantry class in the time of the 20th century, not in the 19th century, right? Because in the Mahalwari system or in the permanent settlement system and the Raitwari system, the zamindari class and the moneylenders playing a very crucial role in it. And colonialism was not the target of these movements. And colonialism are not never ever absence of the understanding of the colonialism at the stages. When they are completely looking for the absence of the understanding in the 19th century, right? कि यहाँ पर Britishers की जो policy है, they are not completely getting the consequences that what is happening in these days, what is the consequences of the policies making of the Britishers completely impacted the the Indian peasantry class. Now, important century. So I would like to mention two things here. Let me explain two relevant points here. We are talking about the peasantry movement, peasant movement. Fine. Okay. Peasant movement, we have a 19th century. Right, and we have a 20th century. Right. What we are discussing about? We are discussing about the difference. In 19th century, what is happening actually? Absence of what? Absence of what? Absence when we have seeing the full participation. When we seeing the full participation of the peasantry class as well as the zamindari class. And they both, the peasantry class and the zamindari class, they both are completely against of whom? Against of whom? They are against of the British. We can say the crown or we can say the British policies. We can say the British policies. Short may I'll mention here. British policies, right? It may somewhere in the 19th century, they are showing the equality or understanding the equality plus the equality, right? Because what is happening actually, that their aim is same, that they want to boycott the British crown and British policies, right, in the 19th century. Let me bifurcated the same class in the 20th century. At the arrival of the Mahatma Gandhi 1914, first of all, fine, Gandhi ji. We have a very good example of Ahmedabad, Champaran, and we have a very good example of a Champaran Kheda, right? So what is happening actually, when the Britishers, when the participation of the peasant class completely individualized, right? The participation of the peasantry class is completely individualized, right? And the participation of the zamindari class or the contribution we are looking, is completely boycotted. It's completely neglected. Sorry, not boycotted. It is completely neglected, we can say. That they are not favoring anymore in the peasantry class. They are not favoring anymore the peasantry class. And why they are not favoring the peasantry class? Because zamindari class taking the benefit, somehow they benefit with whom? The British policies. That we have a very good example of Mahalwari system, we have a very good example of Raitwari system, we have a very good example of permanent settlement system. So what is happening actually on that time? Right? What was happening on that time actually? When we have example like permanent settlement, what is happening actually? In 1793, in 18th century, when the zamindari class and the money lenders completely playing the important role, completely playing the very crucial, we can say initial role in the time phase of the 20th century. Why? Because zamindari class and money lenders, why they are playing a very important and crucial role in it on that time? Because peasantry class, the heavy taxation of the heavy taxation by the Britishers, the heavy duties by the Britishers, the hike of the land revenue taxation, when the peasantry class was not able, when the peasantry class were not able to fulfillment the demands of the British crown or the as per the need of the British policies, definitely they sold their lands, or on the another way they started for the asking for the money. For whom they are approaching, the middleman or the zamindari class, right? The middleman, somehow they are taking the money, right? And they are some later on, when they are not liable to fulfill the revenue, the high revenue on the time, definitely the whole land is gonna be in the ruin. It's completely destroying. It is completely sold it out. It's completely captured by the zamindari class or completely captured by the money lenders. Right. So the peasantry class later on become the owner of the land. The peasantry class earlier become the owner of the land, later on become the labor on the land. So what is the egoistic, materialistic thing for the peasantry class? The lands. And when the lands are completely vanished by the zamindari class or the middle class, this is somehow a problematic situations completely arising for the zamindari class, for the middle class, and as well as for the peasantry class. Right? So there is a differentiation as well, which is important to understand. I would like to sum up in two lines the 19th and 20th century differentiation. In the 19th century, when the peasantry class is completely favored by zamindari class, favored by the money lenders as well, because they both are looking for the boycott of the British crowns and the British policies as well, because they both are in the loss. But in the 20th century, after the arrival of the Mahatma Gandhi in India in 1914, we have a very good example of Ahmedabad, Champaran, Kheda, and before that we have a very good example of a Mahalwari 1793 permanent, and we have a very good example of a Raitwari system. On the century of the 20th century, on the time of the 20th century, British, we can see the peasantry class completely not favored by the zamindari class. peasantry class not favored by zamindari class, but because somehow they were getting the profits of the British policies and the British crown, because the money lenders and the zamindari class became later on the owner of the land. They snatched the land from the peasantry class, and they are become the owner of the lands later on. That's why the peasantry uprising. That's why the peasantry movement uprising later on. We have a very good example of Indigo Revolt. We have a very good example of Deccan Riots, where the peasantry are demanding and asking for their own revenues. For their minimizing of the taxation of the lands, and they are minimizing or end up the taxation of the land. Right. So that's why Mahatma Gandhi somehow playing a very important role in the Ahmedabad, Kheda and Champaran as well, right? So these are the differentiation which is important to understand, everyone. Exactly. ठीक है अमन. In 19th century, whole group of the peasantry were affected, and 20th century it was at an individual level. हाँ, they are fighting in the group and they are fighting in the individual level. So there is a differentiation, Aman, right? Now, so I would like to show you the map, everyone. This is the map of the 20th century, the time of the national movement. I hope my map is completely visible to everyone. Right. I would like to zoom the map once if the people are not completely able to, see the map on the screen. Now, you can see, and I would like to mention the name as well. Those are not able to see the map on the screen clearly. Now, important centers of Indian national movement, and we can say we have a not only Indian national movement when we are talking about the peasant class, right? You can see it. We have a Kheda in Gujarat peasant satyagraha. We have a Ahmedabad, Gujarat cotton mill worker satyagraha. We have a Dandi civil disobedience movement 1931. We have a 19th century, 1918 we can say, 1718. Fine. In the Champaran, in Bihar, movement of indigo planters, when they are completely boycotted that they are not going to grow or they are not going to produce the indigo on the lands. Why? Because earlier I told you that just because of the production of the indigo somehow losing the fertility of the land. Fine. Now, we have a very good example of a Chora Chori and calling for the non-cooperation movement, because Chora Chori is a different context, but we cannot ignore the Champaran. You can say the location of the map, the Kheda we can say, and thus we have Ahmedabad, we have a Dandi, and we have a Amritsar, where we have a, in the 19th century we have different movements are going on actually in the 19th century or in the 20th century. Because in the 19th century or in the 20th century, it was the time period when we are completely discussing about the national movements, right? Where we have a 1917 Champaran, we have a 1918 Kheda, we have a, again 1921, we have a Chori Chora, and before that we have a again non-cooperation movement. We have again Jallianwala Bagh massacre 1919 again. Just a minute, let me write in a chronological sequence. 21, 1931 we have again non-cooperation movement, everyone, right? And non-cooperation and Dandi March as well. We have a 42 again Quit India movement, and we have 47 time phase when we are looking for a struggle for the freedom, right? So in the 19th and 20th century we have not only the peasant movement, we have already we have a labor movements, we have a Punjab, we have a truck unions, we have a trade unions as well. So you have a different movements on the same time period in the 19th and 20th century. And we cannot forget Gandhi ji, arrival of Mahatma Gandhi in 1940 as well. Now, I already explained the differentiation. Leadership. The leadership in these revolts, Indigo Revolt, Pabna Agrarian League. Let me consolidate the point, everyone. Leadership means what? When we are discussing about the revolts, the Indigo revolts 1859 to 1860s, the time phase of a 19th century. Right? In the 19th century, you cannot forget that the groupism of the peasantry movement, when the zamindari class is completely favoring the peasantry class. Fine. And 18th and 19th century Deccan Riots, I already mentioning the Deccan Riots were from the peasantry itself, because in the Deccan, the peasantry class, they are completely boycotted the British policies that they are not going to fulfill the high taxation or the high revenue taxation, and somehow they are not going to produce the commercial crops like indigo, the tea and not tea, the indigo and the cotton and the other commercial crops. Territorial reach was limited to a particular local region, right? And organization, there was no formal organization that we have a leadership, but we are not looking for any formal leadership. This caused movement to be a short term phenomena. It means this is not going to be long term fight कि भाई आपने 1860 से start किया and you try to end up at 1880. No, hardly it is going on 1 month, 2 month, 3 month, there on everything is going to be vanished later on. Lack of organization inhibited the formation and implementation of long term strategy for the movement. Definitely, if you are looking for the movements, for example, if I am taking the example of national movement, national movement time phase is completely started in 1757, end of 1947. We took almost 200 years to make the movement successful, right? This is the example. If I'm talking about the peasantry movement, do you think it is completely completion in 1 and 2 year or 1 and 3 years? No. Or 1 and 2 months? Never. We are looking for the movements. When we are looking for the movements, we are looking for the good leadership. When we are looking for the organization, when we are looking for the formation, right? Why looking for the movements? So that more people, the mass people, the participation of the mass people, right? The participation of the mass people. The participation of the mass movement. Okay. Now, lack of the organization. So why we are looking for the organization and why we are looking for the formation? We are looking for the organization and the formation because we are want to pursue the movement for a long time, right? And that's why we are looking for the 2 decades, moreover centuries for the peasant movement survival of 19th to 20th century as well. Now let's move ahead everyone on the next slide. Important peasantry movement. So we have lots of the peasants movement on that time of 19th and in 19th and in the 20th century. So I would like to mention some of the important peasant movements on that time. Indigo cultivation strike, Pabna Agrarian League, Deccan Riots, Champaran Satyagraha, Kheda peasantry struggle, the Bardoli movement in Gujarat, Mopla rebellion in Malabar, peasant movement in Telangana, Tibhaga movement where we are looking for the high taxation, and it is such a very important, we can say the concept. Sometimes the question is directly asked in the prelims and directly question is asked on the as per the peasant movement in the mains perspective. Kisan Sabha movement and Eka movement, they both are happening in the Punjab's area and the Deccan area as well. So it is very important. Bardoli movement in Gujarat in the where the peasantry class asking for the they are complaining for the high taxation. Champaran, Kheda, and we cannot forget about Ahmedabad as well, 1917 and 1918 as well, right? So these are the important peasant movement. What about the ideology? Ideology for what? We are looking for the ideology. Just a minute. We are looking for the ideology of 19th centuries plus 20th century, right? Where peasant class plus the zamindari class asking for their own demands, right? But in the 20th century, if I'm asking about the peasantry class, they are completely fighting individually, right? There are no participation of the zamindari class. So what is the ideology? What they needed actually? Ideology, we are looking for the need. Ideology, we are looking for the ideas. Forward-looking ideology is a significant part of a social movement. However, this stage of a peasantry movement, there was the absence of the coherent alternatives. Means we don't have any alternatives. We want to get rid out of the British policies. We want to completely boycott the British crown as well. So what we do we have any alternatives? No, we don't have any alternatives. What we needed actually, we needed our rights. We want to minimize the taxation. We need our land actually at least come back. So what is the exact alternative? We don't have any alternatives. And ideas about the future and these movements were spontaneous reactions of the exploited peasantry class. And how we are exploited the peasantry class? We are completely exploiting the peasantry class when in the 20th century, when the zamindari class completely started to misusing the peasantry class and their lands, and when they started to hike the revenue taxation, and when the money lenders completely asking for their or money on the high taxation or the high we can say the debt. Fine. So ultimately what is happening actually, when you started to exploiting the peasantry class, they are completely get out of their own lands, and they become later on the what they are become later on the same land. Earlier they are considered as a honor, and they are become the laborer class later on. Characteristics of 20th century peasantry movement, and what we have a characteristics of 20th century. We have a numbers of the characteristics of the 20th century, if we can say, as per the need of the characterization. Okay. Characterization of 20th century peasantry movement. Remember it, if I am discussing about 20th century, we are not looking the participation of the zamindari class. Zamindari class and money lenders, right? And they are completely against of the peasantry class, or we can say the peasants class. Fine. So this is all about the 20th century. Now, Kisan's questions, nature of the peasantry movement in India for war, nationalist mobilization of the peasantry on revenue question, that we have a very good example of Deccan Rights, where people are completely denied to grow the commercial crops. Deny to grow up the commercial crops. Rights of tillers and tenants farmers, right? When the revenue taxation, when the revenue is hike. Authenticity and peasants movement. Now, formation of All Indian Kisan Sabha in 1936. When we are looking the Kisan in the groups, they are asking for their own demands. And Congress growing the distance from the peasantry class. This is all about the 20th century. Now, I already explained the map, everyone. Now, peasantry movement, I already explained the map, everyone. Still, if you have any doubt, you can ask me. where I am mentioning about the participation of the national movement. Because in 19th century and 20th century, not only peasant movement is going on, not only the peasant movement was going on, we have a numerous of the factors was going on simultaneously. We have a Amritsar Jallianwala Bagh 1919 massacre. We have a Kheda at 1917. We have a Ahmedabad 1918. We have a Gujarat Civil Disobedience Movement. We have a 1931. Again, we have a Champaran, again 1915-1916 time phase. And we have a Chori Chora, it's 1921. So you can say the whole time phase of the Indian time phase of national movement. हाँ अमन बिल्कुल सही कहा आपने, शहजानंद सरस्वती. So we have a time phase of a mostly 20th century, right? Now, peasant movement as a part of the Indian national movement with the appearance of Mahatma Gandhi. Mahatma Gandhi arrived in India 1914, right? And Gandhi on the Indian politics scene, peasants were brought into the broader struggle against the colonialization beginning in the Champaran, Kheda, later Bardoli movement. Bardoli movement where not only Mahatma Gandhi but as well as Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel playing a very crucial and important role in it. Fine. And there was the emergence of anti-colonialism in consequences among the peasants. Anti-colonialism means what? When peasantry class not accepted the ideology. The ideology of whom? The ideology of Britishers. Right? So this is all about the emergence, the consequences when we're talking about the results. Results of what? The actions. And how the actions are coming out? With the movements. With the uprising. Getting my point, everyone? So these are all the relevant points, that a movement is not happening in a one side, right? We have a numerous of the factors behind it. The emergence of the class consequences organization. Okay, emergence of the class and consciousness or concise organization. The Congress policy of safeguarding the interest of the zamindars and the landlords led to the emergence of the independent class organization of the Kisan in rural India. Like we have a very good example of 19th and 20th century. We have a very good example of 19th and 20th century. And radical sections in the peasants movement. Radical means when they are completely not accepted. When they are completely not accepted the ideologies and the theories of the peasantry class. Exactly, Aman. Right? And movements increasing realized that the Congress was solicitous of the interest of the capitalist and land magnates. I already explained everything, that how the zamindari class not favoring the peasantry class in the time of the 20th century, and how the lands are become, how the peasantry class become liberal later on. So these are the points which are important to discuss. Now, the peasant discontent against established authority by familiar features of the 19th century. But the movement started in 20th century was different, and it was inspired by the ongoing struggle of national freedom. Right? Inspired by, we can say the struggle is inspired by whom? The national freedom in the 20th century. Why 20th century? Because 1914th is what? The arrival of Mahatma Gandhi. 1915, we have a 1916 as well, 1917, 1919, 1920, 1921, right? And we have already 1921, we have a 1931, the prominent time phase, and we have a 1942 and we have a 1947. So what is happening actually? We have a 14, arrival of Mahatma Gandhi. 15, we have a Surat split where extremists and moderates are completely divided. 16 and 17 we have a home rule formation. 1919 we have a government act already. We have a Jallianwala Bagh massacre. 1920 we have a Khilafat movement when we are completely approaching the minorities like Muslim community, right? Just because of Ottoman Empire. We have a 1920 we have a Chori Chora, and we have a extension of the non-cooperation movement. Later on it is completely boycotted by Mahatma Gandhi. 1931 we have a civil disobedience movement. 42 we have a Quit India movement. Right, and 1947 when we are looking for the freedom struggle of the India, right? So we have a national movement. So it doesn't mean that Mahatma Gandhi is completely organizing all these things. Simultaneously we have a numbers of the things is going on alternative basis. We have a Kisan Sabha, we have a peasantry movement, we have extremist, we have a Kakori Kand as well. So we have maximums of the things are going on the same way, right? And importance including the Kisan Sabha and Eka movements in the Awadh, basically in UP. And यहाँ पर हम बात करेंगे Mappalians rebel Malabar and the Bardoli Satyagraha Gujarat movement, where the peasantry class is completely denying and boycotting what they are completely boycotting the British class, British community and policies, and they are completely looking for what? They are completely looking for their own land and the less taxation on the lands. Now, influence of the communal politics, right? Mapila revolt and the Muslim tenant began at the anti-government. Anti-government means what? In 1920th century, we don't have any our government, we don't have a constitution. Exactly, Aman. So, Aman, we have a different many of the things. We cannot said कि भाई यही चीज चल रही थी, right? We have a round table conference, we have a Pune Pact, we have numbers of the things actually going on the same way. Right, anti-government means in 19th and 20th century we don't have any our constitution, right? So we are looking the anti-government policies, means we are looking for the British policies, right? So we have acquired the communal overturns and the communalism of the rebellion completed the isolation of the Mapilas from the Khilafat and the non-cooperation movement. Khilafat movement happened in 1920 and non-cooperation in 1921. Right, so we have a numbers of the examples are there. Now, All India movement, the period of 1937, again the time phase of a 20th century we are discussing. Right, high watermark of the peasantry movement and the activity under the Congress provincial ruler. Chief of mobilization was through the holding Kisan conferences, and meeting were demanding were aired, and the resolution were the past mobilization campaign were carried out in the villages. Why? Because in the villages, British era, we can say the British colonial rulers or the British crown, they are completely asking about the acquisition of the lands. Acquisition in the land means the forest land we have a barren lands, we have a fertile lands. They are asking about all the acquisition of the lands, right? So the All India movement, where the participation of every class, right? Leadership during the period peasant movement were led by the Congress and the communist leaders. Telangana movement was organized by communist led guerrillas. Similarly, the Tebhaga movement, when we are looking for the Bengal Provincial Kisan Sabha, when we are looking for the high taxation, when we are completely liable to pay more over the half of the land taxation of the whole production, right? So it is somehow a very, we can say the initial, और कहते हैं ना आग में घी का काम करना, तेभागा मूवमेंट ने कहीं ना कहीं इस चीज को जो है प्रमोट भी किया गया. And let me discuss about the conclusion. What is the exact conclusion of the chapter? The nature of the peasant movement evolved during the rule of the British. There were striking differences in the peasant movement in the earlier phase of the British rule in the 20th century. Just a minute. In the 20th century, right? And differentiation were natural progression coming out of the increasing the awareness of colonial motives. Means in the 20th century, the peasantry class, we can say the peasant class or peasantry class, they are completely aware about what? about the ideas, or we can say the ideologies. Sorry, we can say the ideas of the British Crown. British, just a minute. Okay, where the British policies, or we can say the Crown as well. And Congress as a mass-based political organization and Marxist communist ideas. What the Congress has said? Congress, the rightist wing, they said that they are completely favoring the British policies, right? They are not going to against of it. But on the another hand, what the Marxist communists are said, the whole power of the people completely consolidated in the hand of the labor class or in the hand of the peasantry class. Why? Because if you are completely consolidated the power of the labor class and the peasantry class in one hand, definitely the higher class or the people who are belonging from the zamindari class or industrialist class, they are completely um, approaching the people like peasantry class or the labor class. Fine. That's why. So organization and Marxist communists, they are completely different opinions. Marxist communist when they are discussing about the endless power, we can say the endless power means when they are looking कि भाई power जो है एक हाथ में consolidate कर दी जाए. And the Congress as a mass based political organization when we are looking for the mass development and mass upliftment. Okay, so this is the another end of the session, we can say the your 1850s peasantry movement. Now the next session, your completion of the next lecture is based on the Battle of Plassey 1757, British conquest Bengal and Battle of Plassey. See, 1757 was the time phase when we are discussing about a drastic change in the complete Indian history, right? So this is all about the next explanation of 1757. You can see 1757. I'm just looking for the question actually. Okay. Okay, this is a break for a 2 minute, everyone, and we will get right back on the same slide again. We are discussing about the 1757, the Battle of Plassey as well. Yes, so we are going to continue with the same session, everyone. We can see the Battle of Plassey. Battle of Plassey, which has happened actually 1757, right? And 1757, somehow we are, when discussing from 1757 till the age of the Battle of Plassey, sorry, till the time of a division, we have a numbers of the point for the discussion for Battle of Plassey, that how the Battle of Plassey is occurring actually. So in this session, we are just going to discuss about the British conquest for Bengal and battles of Plassey, right? What we are going to discuss in this session actually, we are discussing about the cause and the factors, right? And the factors and the impacts of what? 1757. Right. So we are just going to continue the answer writing session on the Battle of Plassey. The Battle of Plassey, what is Battle of Plassey, when it is happened actually, and causes, the factors and the impacts of Battle of Plassey. Right. Impact means when we are discussing till the time of a division 1947. Right. Now, British conquest of the Bengal, Battle of Plassey. See, 1757, the time phase, Murshidabad, we can say Hooghly, Calcutta, right, and Chandranagore. These are somehow a very prominent areas of the Bengal, right, and this is the real position of the Plassey, and we can say the Battle of Plassey is happening actually in the favor of the Sirajuddaulah and the Robert Clive, right. From the Britisher side, when we saw Robert Clive and Sirajuddaulah. Now, Bengal in 17th and 18th century, let me discuss about the geographical extension of Bengal in 17th and 18th century. In Mughal period, Bengal was the most fertile and the richest province of the Mughal Empire, and included present-day Bangladesh and the states of the Bihar and the Odisha. Right. Now, in these days, we are considering as the West Bengal now. And the authoritative powers of the province lay in the hands of the Nawabs of the Bengal. When we are discussing about the Sirajuddaulah. Fine. Economic importance. What is the economic importance of the Bengal? The first thing we are discussing about the Mughal period in Bengal. When we have a Bihar, we have a Odisha, we have a Bengal consolidated area, and authoritative powers in the province lay in the hands of the Nawab of the Bengal. इकोनॉमिक इम्पोर्टेंस, बंगाल हेल्ड इकोनॉमिक इम्पोर्टेंस ऑफ दिस फेमस टेक्सटाइल्स, एंड यहाँ पर जितने भी टेक्सटाइल्स हैं यहाँ पर कंप्लीटली प्रोडक्शन ऑफ द एग्रीकल्चर के बारे में भी बात करेंगे. एक्सपोर्ट्स फ्रॉम द बंगाल टू यूरोपियन कंसिस्टेड टू स्टिल एट द कमर्शियल क्रॉप्स टिल द कमर्शियल क्रॉप्स, राइट. राइस, इंडिगो, पेपर, शुगर, silk, cotton, textiles, handicrafts, right. Exports, Bengal, and somehow because Bengal is somehow a very fertile land, so Britishers started to exploit it. Now, importance for the Britishers. Bengal became the first kingdom to be occupied by the British India, and the East India Company carried a profitable trade with the provinces. And the enormous resources of the Bengal came in the handy for financing the British expansion. And nearly 60% of the British imports from Asia consisting of goods from the Bengal. And what he is doing actually, when you are completely 60% of the commercial crops like indigo, rice, tea, cotton, textiles, everything, handicrafts, when you completely exploited, when you are completely exported and imported from India to the other Western countries. Now the British East Company, you can see the position of the your western parts. You can see on the Deccan parts, the Marathas, the Hyderabad, Mysore, Travancore as well. The British East India Company laid the foundation of Calcutta and established British commercial settlements in 1690s. And the company paid a sum of rupees 3,000 per annum to the Mughal emperor, who allowed to trade freely in the Bengal. Right. We can see the time phase of the East India Company when their arrival in India in 15th century, 1599, right? And 1599, the Britishers are asking for the trades. They met to Sirajuddaula, the Nawab of the Bengal, and Sirajuddaula complete let permitted to the East India Company to do the trade. Right. And how they are started to doing the trade? When the company paid a sum of 3,000 per annum to the Mughal Empire, and they started to developing themselves for the trading. Now the contrast, the company's exports the Bengal were worth more than moreover dollar we can say 50,000 per annum. Right. And conflicts among the Nawabs and the British had the special privileges enjoyed by the British company was strongly opposed by the Nawabs of Bengal, as it is meant a huge loss for provincial exchequer. And consequently, the friction between the Britishers' commercial interest and the Bengal government became the chief cause of the conflict between the two. Why? From the beginning of the time period, they are completely allowing the Britishers. To whom allowing? The Bengal of Nawab. The Nawab of Bengal. He completely allowing to the person, the British company. They are completely freely to do the trade. ठीक है? So Britishers are lump sum paying 3,000 per annum, and they started to do the trade without any heavy taxation, without any duties, without any exercises. Finally, so later on, when the expansion of the trade and the expansion of the export and import become increasing day to day, it will become the part of the conflict between the Nawab of the Bengal and with the British East India Company. British felt a need for what? The puppet as the Nawab on the throne of the Bengal to willingly give them the trade concessions and other privileges, establish their indirect but ultimate power in the provinces. And what is happening actually? When the whole trade is consolidated by the East India Company, they started to feel that Nawab is just like a puppet on the designation, as Nawab is a puppet on the benchmark. Fine. And as the throne of the Bengal to willingly give them the trade concessions and other privileges, establish their indirect but ultimate power in the province. Right. So finally, what is happening actually when they're completely giving the power to the provinces? Fine. Now, the Battle of Plassey. Battle of Plassey was fought in 1757 in the Plassey, and the reason for the war, Bengal in the eats of the Bhagirathi River. Troops of the British East India Company led by Robert Clive came up against the forces of Sirajuddaula and the last independent Nawab of Bengal and his French allies. Means in the Battle of Plassey, we have a three parties that they are fighting for their own rights. One-handed, we are discussing about East India Company. One-handed in India, we are discussing about the Bengal of Nawab of Bengal, and on the other hand, we are discussing about the France. Right. They both, the East India Company and the Francis, they are looking for their own trade. They are looking for their own trade. They are looking for their own trade, their own rights, their own benefits, their own commercial purposes. But what is the opinion of the Bengal of Nawab? He is not allowing the East India Company, or they are not going to allowing the France to exploiting the resources of the Bengal anyway. Exactly, Aman, fortification without permission. So troops of the British East India Company led by Robert Clive came up against the forces of Sirajuddaula, the last independent Nawab of Bengal, and his France. So when we're discussing about the interdisciplinary approach, right, background, Sirajuddaula, then the Nawab of Bengal Sirajuddaula succeeded his grandfather Alwardi Khan after his death, and Alwardi Khan was the deputy governor of Bihar, assumed the throne after killing the Sarfaraz Khan, and Sirajuddaula was surrounded by the number of the rivals in his own court, who helped the British winning to the Battle of Plassey. That events preceding in the battle, British Viceroy in Carnatic War somehow is completely get out of the French in the India, and British also fortified Calcutta without the Nawab's permission, which the Nawab took as the ignorance to his sovereign power, right? And shortly after Fort William surrenders on June 20, 175, Siraj confined 146 British prisoners in small, we can say the Calcutta. Out of 123 prisoners died for the suffocation. See what is happening actually when we are discussing about the whole scenario, why the Plassey is happening actually. 1757, like Bengal's Nawab Sirajuddaula, and on the another hand, when we're talking about the Britishers, is whom? Robert Clive. Right, from the beginning of the time, Robert Clive is asking for the trade for Sirajuddaula, and Sirajuddaula completely permitted to Robert Clive or the company or the East India Company for the trade. On its behalf, they are completely paying 3,000 rupees per annum. 3,000 rupees per annum to the Sirajuddaula yearly, and they started to doing the trade. And at the last moment, where they're completely betraying, you can say this is also known as the Black Hole Calcutta incident. The battle arrival of Robert Clive. Following the tragic defeat of the British by the Nawab of the Bengal, a strong force under Robert Clive was sent from Madras to overthrow Nawab and strengthen the British position of Bengal. And discontent followers of the Nawab, such as Mir Jafar, when he completely became the successor of the Sirajuddaula, and Bengal generals were bribed for the foreign and alliances with the Britishers. Mir Jafar, a king of Siraj, was promised the throne in return for supporting the Britishers. And at the last moment, when Mir Jafar is completely fighting against the Indian Governor General, and Sirajuddaula completely defeated the battle later on, and he ran away from the battleground, and later on, cause of the war, Clive army was confronted by the Nawab's army of Plassey along with the French soldiers on their side. Under compelling circumstances, the Nawab tried to escape with his army but was killed by the son of the Mir Jafar. Significance is the battle is regarding historic turning point for British in India and established the political and military supremacy of the British in Bengal. And later on we have a 1765 Allahabad Treaty. Allahabad Treaty, where Bengal Nawab is completely paying more over 10 lakh rupees for compensate in the battle. Okay. Post-war, after the Battle of Plassey, Clive proclaimed Mir Jafar as the Nawab of Bengal and placed him on the throne of the Murshidabad. And Mir Jafar, in the order to satisfy the British as per the agreement, gave the zamindari of 24 paraganas, and however could not satisfy the British, and consequently he was removed from the throne, and his son-in-law Mir Qasim was placed on the throne as a new Nawab of the Bengal. The major differences in the significance of the Carnatic War 1740, 48, 49 to 53. The Carnatic War established the British supremacy in the trade. British supremacy in the trade and the foundation of the British Empire in India. And Battle of Buxar happened actually in 1764. Bengal, Bihar and Orissa made them a great power of northern India and contenders of the supremacy of the whole country. Right, so this is all about the session, everyone. I hope this session is completely benefit to everyone, where you learned a lot actually. And we will meet tomorrow at sharp 1 p.m. and we will continue the session at 3 p.m. So don't forget to join me tomorrow, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me all.